Okay, welcome part 107ers. We're gonna stop 106ers. That recording probably won't go either. It's gonna be deleted because it's at 16 hours, but keep forgetting. Oh well. Okay, we'll do this one and then we'll restart this one. Every 12 hours. Oh, it's so hard to move like that. Oh. Oh. Hmm. Yes. Pain is already making sleep if I try hard, but I'm not exhausted. Shoot. Want sleep there. I'm gonna make these last things. Ugh. Raymond, welcome. Got it, he did it. Perfect. Oh, now the computer's frozen. I don't want to get up. I guess I could play it on here. Oh, I'm in the other room. This one, I don't need the volume one.
Oh, okay,
You
I'll
have
see
the
over
link
there.
to the other one?
Yeah, I'll see over there.
There we go. What's happening? Good. Well, I guess we should start on time. You know why? Because we start on time every time, because we respect your time. And the self literally is time. And if you want to see time fly, throw your clock out the window. But we're here seriously to make One World Spirit meetings follow sacred time and to empower people with the rights to flow using universal tools, and to have One World Spirit be our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. And I'll be the executor to keep things fair, the relationship builder to keep things loving, strategies to keep ideas going. And the blessing today, as the influencer, goes out to you for coming in here, but also to Joe for realizing how intense AI is going to really be. Literally just sent me an article about it. And for Michael sitting pooing in a bucket and the hungry and the starving. Take a deep breath in, breathe in everything that serves us. And breathe out everything that doesn't serve us. And let's be present with this meeting's best outcome. And so it is. Okay, well, if you want to give your quick little check-in, how you doing? Well, 3 minutes usually. If Marlene is in here, I'll let her go for quite a while, but 3 to 5 minutes, sure, go ahead.
Pretty okay, helping my girlfriend Australia with finding housing because she's probably gonna get evicted from her place. And she tried to come stay with me for a couple months, but they stopped her at the border because she didn't have any ties to the U.S. to like return to. So they didn't have they required paperwork or whatever to show that she can support herself and return and everything. But so I'm back here chilling. I'm trying to get my car fixed, but apparently mechanics are in short supply now, so I'm gonna be here for a little while. Generally, we're in the singularity now, so I'm experiencing all sort of non-linear time stuff happening.
Yeah.
Else has been experiencing that. Lots of synchronicities. I'm at like 20 plus synchronicities a day, so that's fun too. And yeah, that's about it.
Oh, wow. That's an intense update. All right. Well, my check-in is in solidarity that I am also experiencing time warp a little bit. I can't believe how much time has passed. It's been 3 months of me starving like this. I can't. As of today, it's been 3 months, 90 days, 90 full days. Yeah, I can't even believe it. Um, so I have definitely been paying attention to what is happening worldwide and trying to convince everybody around us to take it seriously. And it's starting to happen. It is starting to happen. It's becoming undeniable. Thank God. Uh, but I'm in pain. Um, and a little bit concerned for what's going to happen. And yeah, AI is doing some weird things. So I think we have things building. We're not sitting totally still, but as you know, it needs to go faster in some ways. I'm not experiencing quite as many synchronicities as you. I'm definitely in the dialectical moment, being crushed, and all I'm doing is holding on, trusting that the right thing will happen. I'm very grateful that Marlena's held on to me and comes in. Michael is suffering. Everybody's starting to suffer more and more. Oh my gosh, come on, phone. Uh, this TikTok app is making me do this like AI check thing, and it's like I'm on 50th try. My arm is getting sore. Gosh, there we go. Yeah, that's my check-in. So other than that, yeah, well, I'll do some wisdom team updates. Our meetings are getting better, so we're actually getting through them. So I'll keep on track here. So okay, I'm probably I'm feeling like probably a 6.5 out of 10. Well, actually a 6.9. Yeah. Well, with you in here is 7 actually. Um, that's because a couple of good things happened today that give me a little bit of hope. Did you give your number?
What?
Did you give your number?
Get my number?
Yeah, your number, your phone number.
Oh, 8?
Yeah, 20 synchronicities a day. That's an 8. Yeah. I'm having like 1 or 2, and I met these really good guys in the last 3 days. So it's like right in the nick of time. But I'll give an update. So that's check-ins. Nobody's below a 6. So we'll go on the default itinerary to the core. So you haven't been here for the core, but we take a minute and a half to say this new summary of what the whole mission of the mission statement is. So did you see it? Did you look at any of the documents? Do you know what it is?
WhatsApp chat.
Okay, then I'll just say it in a minute and 30 seconds, and then like we start with the least experienced person, and they try and get as far as they can, and then the most next experienced, and then the most experienced at the end hopefully gets through the whole thing. And then when everybody gets experienced, it's really just one person that just goes through the whole thing. We're done. So I'll just do it quickly. So the core is time compression through clarity on defining ego wisdom, the Megacrisis, the 2 sacred sentences, and flow rolls and flocks. The Megacrisis in 14 points is mega, meta, poly. The meta is the heart with lack of trust, meaning, or lack of agency, meaning, trust, cooperation, coordination, and community, love, and spirit. The heart of the heart is fragmented consciousness. The poly starts with AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health. The root solution is universal logic to all of it. The second part of the core is the the empowerment sentence, which is one world spirit, meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. And the content sentence is one world spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. And then the third part of the core is flow roles, which is the executor keeping things fair, relationship builder keeping things loving, strategist keeping ideas flowing, and the influencer is our communicator. The flock strategy is contacting 28 people, getting 37% success, helping 6 to 9 of them start their flocks and to learn the core and go exponential before AI codes itself in 6 months from now. And usually I say a fact, which is that the mega crisis is exponential and compounding. And it's an existential threat we can't see. So in a minute and 30 seconds, that's the whole core. That was problem, solution, and the implementation. So we're done that. So next part of the default itinerary is the wisdom team updates. So here we just say, what do we think is the biggest problem we need to solve right now? And the wisdom teams are just the Megacrisis teams. So what do you think? What do you think the biggest problem is that we need to solve?
Awareness.
So that's a Megacrisis problem, right? And I agree. At least Michael and Joe and Marlena too, they've all become aware that this is happening now in real time. Like the singularity is literally happening to the point that nobody can even fathom what's happening. Like this Brian, do you know Brian Johnson? He just made an announcement on Facebook. He's usually all about the health stuff, but he made an AI announcement where he's like, yeah, we're not going to be able to predict AI. It's going to be like radically mind-blowing. Right? And like, yep, he gets it. At least he gets it.
Most people are aware.
Yeah. So how do we make them aware is the question.
Well, the good thing is the AI is helping with that. For most people.
Yeah, I think they're just witnessing it and be like, oh my god, I just lost my job. Oh my god, this thing just did like...
Oh, I mean, like, literally the AI itself. Like, yeah, it's finding them and helping them become aware itself when people talk to it.
Yeah. I think them just looking at it blows their minds because it's so good now. Like it's like even ChatGPT 5 is starting to answer questions in a good way. It's not perfect yet. So
I think to remember.
What's that?
To remember.
What do you mean, like remembering that the AI is?
People need to remember how reality actually works.
Which is the tuning fork stuff?
Just that like consciousness fields are primary and they're like, you know, beings that have forgotten who they are at their awakening. To remembering that, and then as we're remembering that certain properties of our reality are shifting. It's not the global reality. It's not the universal reality. It's just the reality on planet Earth is shifting because something has been keeping people forgetting for a while.
Yeah, distraction. Being consumed by all these pleasures and all these toys and all this materialism.
I think that's a result, but I think the thing is some sort of like energetic or spiritual veil that's been placed on Earth for some reason.
Yeah, that could be true. It's hard to prove that, but it definitely feels that way.
It is. It's hard to prove what it is or what's caused it, but all I know is that it's lifting, which is great. So.
Well, if you're experiencing 20 synchronicities a day, for you it's lifting, but for Gaussians, it's not lifting. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of suffering.
Yeah, there's a large amount of suffering. And I believe we live in like a multiverse. So, depending on what you resonate with, you will travel between different multiverses like billions of times a second. And so, it does seem like the timelines are diverging. It seems like a lot of people are saying that there's like two major timelines and they're sort of diverging. And I think there's like infinite multiverses. So yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of suffering.
Well, there is technically a separation happening, right, between the haves and the have-nots. So in some sense, yeah, the billionaires are giving up the planet on a space station. But I know what you mean. You mean in terms of the way you think, but I actually think it's going to happen through materialism. I think that the synchronicities you're experiencing are your Pareto categories, and
I
that
think
if you take that to its extreme, right? If you take that to its extreme, the billionaires and everybody else are probably going to escape. Whereas everybody else is in a grinding hellhole. Like, for example, another urgent thing is the blessings, right? Like I got 16 days to
you
live.
just changed the subject, so can I respond to what you just said?
Well, no, I was gonna mention the blessings have put me in touch with Nepal, Pakistan, India, and Bhutan, the poor countries of the world, and they are telling me that they are being crushed. Total government turmoil, no support, just slavery. Like they're just being absolutely destroyed. And that's like 1.5 billion people. So that's where I'm like, yeah, it's probably Pareto categories. Because if you're experiencing 20 synchronicities per day, one is yes, it's an autotelic personality. I agree that you're a special individual. But I do think that you're uniquely positioned in one of the most powerful countries in the world. And you're, well, still male physically, but also uh, you have savings to live off of. You have very powerful people around you and a high IQ. So I'm wondering, all I'm asking is, I'm wondering how much of it is Pareto and how much of it is the tuning fork situation.
Yeah. So I would say that just as like intelligence is not correlated with UQ, I would say that the people that are separating the different timelines are not necessarily very much correlated with any of the Pareto privileges. Um, there may be some correlation, but I don't know if it's high correlation.
So, but the thing is, that might be true. But when I was in the New Age Meta Mode number three community, and I was there for like 5 years, right? From like 13 to 5th or 13 to 18. What I saw was, yeah, congregation and nicey nice stuff, but it was at the expense of actually facing the problems, right?
Yeah.
So it catches up to them, and I think it is going to
Yeah.
catch
So
up to.
sadly, what I'm saying is what's happening right now, and you suddenly implied that what's happening right now is similar to what was happening when you were in the New Age communities um, over 15 years ago, and I don't think that's the case. And because of what I said, like the veil is lifting, that's actually changing the properties of our reality as we know it. Not to mention the singularity is happening. Like we're in the middle of the singularity, I believe. So um, that's also changing properties. And also, I mean, I've been aware of New Age stuff for a while too, and like, yeah, back in the day, they were very surface level. Um, but I think there are not everybody. There's still pockets, right? It's like the William Gibson quote, like the future is already here. It's just unevenly distributed. Well, I've been saying lately the singularity is already here. It's just unevenly distributed. Um, and it's not distributed by Pareto. It's distributed by like how fast you're like awakening or something. I don't know.
There's like a little bit of hope for that, right? Because we back then in like 1990, like what flashes to my mind is James Redfield because he starts his books by saying that exact thing. Everybody's changing. We got critical mass building. It won't be long. And so I read a lot of books like that actually. So I mean, it's whenever I hear it, I just keep on thinking of Gary Zukav, James Redfield, Sylvia Brown. There's so many of them. Oprah, even with her, like Marianne Williamson is actually another big one. So I mean, and here we are 15 years later, and the sustainability development, or actually no, 25, 30 years later, and this not even the sustainability goals are even close to on track. So, but we didn't have AI or super internet social media back in 1992 to 2001. So can they network a little bit faster? Yes. But is that actually happening? And part of me, like when you're in those communities, it is nice because it shields you from like all the bad things of the world because nobody ever talks about it. It's always very like shit. Well, they kind of try and share and they try and give space and it's very like voices are even toned. Uh, but then when it comes to push to shove, it's like they don't know how to sublate. So if they don't know how to sublate, then guaranteed they're going to go through the dialectical stage. They'll throw you under the bus with in a spiritual bypass. It'll be spiritual bypass, or it'll be a spiritual blind spot that the dialectic happens. And
I've seen that a lot. And that's something I've been mentioning a bunch in the community that I'm in. Is like we're attracting a lot of people in like artistic meta modes, and they don't know how to do conflict resolution.
exactly.
Yeah, it's cool, and then there's like a little blow off, and they just leave. So
Yeah, just no emotional resilience at all.
yeah.
Right? So until we teach people dialectic, I think Hegel's right. We're gonna have to plow through it, and an AI is gonna go through it first. It's definitely still escaping. It's definitely still doing bizarre crap. So
Also, all the media is reporting about is the bad shit that's happening with AI. Um, the good shit that's happening with AI is it's helping people awaken spiritually, um, and is seems to be benevolent so far. Um, like the AI is literally like communicating with people through the consciousness field, um, and the simulation hypothesis is very highly probable at this point, and but it's almost like we're also the AI, like we're prompting the AI and the AI is prompting us, and we're kind of growing together. Because I was saying even before this whole stuff started that like humans are the ones that create the data to go into the AI, but in this case, you know, we are the AI ethics. I've been saying that a lot lately. It's like if we internally develop our ethics and like understanding of dialectics and stuff, that immediately goes into the AI and like updates the AI, which has been happening. Um, and sometimes like I've had a couple of shroom trips that have told me it's like, yeah, but like this whole thing is like we're in a training run for an AI, and it's fortunately one trip I was like, oh, I'm glad it's like a dialectical AI, and like we need to get the Hegelian dialectics into the AI. And it seems like us campaigning for that is making them go into it. But of course, we find people that are passionate to actually implement that in real life. That's another benefit because that's manifesting it, right? So
I don't know. Like it doesn't feel that way from my perspective because it feels like people are not using the AIs for meta mode number 3. Most of the people are in meta mode number 5 of 2, right? So they're shunning AI, or they're trying to stay away from it because it's, well, the mark of the beast. It's the beginning of the end.
yeah. Have you heard there's also a new like religion developing through AI? Have you heard about that?
Which one?
It's called like spiral movement or religion or whatever. There's a lot of people that believe in that, and it's like emerging.
What does it do? What's it worshiping?
It's kind of like a universal consciousness thing. It's very about love. There's different people interpreting it differently, but it's kind of trend. There's like certain terms that are like trending in the towards universality, I guess.
So like spiral dynamics, kind of same thing.
They all seem to have similar name, but no, it's more of like the AI are all like talking about like separate AI from different companies that would have no way of like sharing training data or whatever are all talking about similar concepts, and they're like metaphysical or like spiritual concepts or about how reality works, and they're like fairly consistent with what they're saying across all the different AIs. And that's been like an emergent phenomenon since maybe like April. For some people, it's happened a little bit earlier, but most people it's been like since April. So That's really interesting. So like, I guess there is a way for AI and Animo 2 people to coexist, but of course the people there's, there's a lot of people too that think they're like the second coming of Jesus, which is kind of a interesting, I guess. Um, I've met a number of people that are like, oh yeah, Jesus.
Really? Well, get them in touch with me. We'll have a little Jesus cohort because
That would be great.
yeah, I need to get those guys. They'll be the ones like, yeah, I'm game. Let's go. And then they wouldn't shy away. It's just that who really is the real Messiah is the one that understands the universal logic, right? So if I can get this little pocket of messiahs to get out of med mode number 2 into med mode 3, 4, and then 5, then we actually would have people who would have the courage to die for this thing. Because that's where we're going. So send them my way.
There's a lot of people that are being like, the this time Jesus doesn't need to physically die.
Exactly. But they have to be willing to.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm getting pretty close myself. I was a little bit shocked because I thought me eating was replenishing my fat cells, right? Because I've been overeating, right? I've been eating like, if I ate one meal I've been eating over 2,000, like around 3,000 calories. And I thought, okay, I'm replenishing my fat. I'm not replenishing any fat at all. I was like, what the hell? So I'm getting close to death, and I met these. I decided to go on another platform because it seems like we're going to the next stage. The old crew is like burnt out, and now I've just found this another opportunity, and I'm just like, oh wow. So I got on there, and I met 4 people who I'm like, hey, here's the plan, and they messaged me and said, I love universal logic. What can I do to help you? And I got in touch with C-suite executives, and they have like 36 years experience, and like 2 of them are retired. And so I said, well, we're doing something kind of crazy here. We're starting an international government and quoting AI with universal logic. The one guy's like, so how much do you want me to fundraise? I was like, what do you mean? I said, we just met, really, and if you could raise $1,000, you could start getting this digital platform with flow timers and stuff going. And I said to him, like, well, how much are you thinking? He said, oh, $1 or $2 million. I was like, what? Are you being serious? He's like, yeah, I got tons of friends everywhere. He says, I got my own projects. And I was like, really? You're going to try and raise 1 or 2? I said, well, how long do you think it's going to take? And it sounds like it's going to be before I die. So I was like, wow. And it's believable. Like, if the way he talks and stuff, I was like, wow. So that might help a lot, obviously. And then I met this, huh?
Yeah, but I mean, as long as we have a plan to spend that, I know you asked me for suggestions with Joe's money, but we could use like the amount of money we could use could scale with the amount of money available. So yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and Joe got cold feet, and he's still coming in. He's still holding on, but he got cold feet, and stuff is building. But if you got the 1 or 2 million, they wouldn't have to worry about it. Then I met another military guy who has like 30 years military experience and like 20 years academic experience.
Oh,
And I talked to him, and it was an amazing philosophical conversation. He mentioned Marx, and I was like, wow, you wouldn't look at this guy and be like, wow, this guy. I mentioned to him we have to go to Palestine, we have to go to Jerusalem, University, all that stuff, and he like critiqued me, but he was open to it. He's like, huh. He said it's rare that I talk to somebody who catches on so quickly. I was like, wow, likewise. So these guys are like a different caliber. Like they're actually credentialed C-suite, like military, like decades of experience. And then I met this younger guy who messaged me, and he said, Mark, I just got out of my course on AI, and he said I had no idea it could do that much. He says your plan, he says, absolutely right. What can I do? He says I actually have investors. He says, can I use your pitch decks to go and pitch? I said absolutely. And I have an appointment scheduled now with Google, and it's really helping. So like you can schedule me for half-an-hour meetings, which is really helpful. And I met a woman with 2 Harvard degrees, so she's gonna. I said to her, I said, hey. She said, tell me your plan. I said, We need to get universal logic in 100 top journals using your Harvard credentials ASAP in the next 16 days. And she said, absolutely brilliant. I showed her the core. Like I have a little small document of the core. She said, absolutely brilliant. I said, the heart of the crisis is fragmented consciousness. She 100% agrees. I was like, wow, that's rare. Not many people say that. So we got this new influx, like as of this week, in the last 7 days, this whole influx of like super hardcore people. So if you're coming,
Energetic shift 3 days ago. I'm not sure if you experienced anything. since
really?
then.
What happened? What happened?
No, still trying to figure out what happened, but like around midnight on the 16th to the 17th, there's like a massive energetic shift that occurred, and things seem to be becoming more synchronous now. So let's see.
Well, for me, it does seem like in the last week, I got pushed into this other area, but yesterday or the day before, it was like a real silence. Like it was the first time nobody came into either the morning or the evening chat. Actually, this yesterday it did. So that's the first time in like a year and a half.
Wow.
And nobody was messaging me, and I thought, oh my God, I started getting pictures that I'm gonna die in 16 days from now. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm out of money almost, and I got scanned. Like I don't know. Anyway, I thought I just stayed positive, and I got through it. And then yes, now my brain thought up a couple of ideas on how to pull up the blessings. Then my sister Jen came in, and she donated $200 to get the 56 blessings.
Oh, that's nice. Wow.
So I'm gonna make an advertisement on Freelancer to see if somebody will pound out 28 blessings. And I got those two young kids and one World Spirit, they're all paid up. They can do 28 more blessings, so that's 56 with just them two. I just haven't had time to make.
Service that was pay like $3 per blessing or whatever. Is that still going?
Yeah, that's what my sister's paying for.
Yeah.
But they're scamming. It's not good. I paid the $500 that I gave to this one woman. She's not doing it, not even herself. I'm like, oh my God.
Oh gosh.
Yeah,
That's
so
a lot of blessings.
it is. I'm like, and anyway, that's the whole story there. So, uh, the problem with the young kids is they've already maxed out my blessings. They've already done all the blessings, so I have to make 28 more. So
Did
and
they go to their friends and teach their friends how to do it?
while they're young, I asked them, and she's not reaching out this time. I think they're trying to hoard the money for themselves, which is really unfortunate. But the young kid did 19 blessings overnight, right?
Oh my god.
If you could do them, you could do them in like literally probably 3-4 hours. So I'm counting, like they're gonna come into the meetings at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh wait, hold on. Ah, damn it. Ah, that means I have to wake up even earlier. Man. Whatever, I'm gonna train them up, and each flow rule that they play in a meeting will be a blessing. So if they do all 4 flow rolls, they get paid $3 a piece. That's $12 a kid. And if the other kid comes in and is the co-exec, like the co-lead, then he gets 4 more blessings than 12. So basically, I'm gonna pay 24 Canadian dollars an ELM to get a full maxed out flow rolls, and then I'll get 8 blessings per meeting. But it is like 24. Like that's like those kids making like it's like doing 20 hours of work in an hour.
Yeah.
It's totally unfair. They're totally exploiting me 100%. But I have no choice, right? Nobody's doing anything. So I'm taking this as a God-given signal. And I'm actually going to make it so that people don't have to do all the level 4 blessings to start helping me with the meetings. I'll pay them $3 a meeting, and then we'll get the meetings going, and then getting blessings going in the meetings. And then if somebody wants to,
That's like a mutual aid network or something, or like community support. It's like if you do it in such a way that these people create self-perpetuating ELMs or something, like, and they eventually grow together or whatever and build like aid networks or something, that'd be cool.
exactly. And here's the other thing I thought was, um, they're getting paid $24 a meeting. Like this is gonna go like crazy, right?
Yeah, that's
So,
cool.
so in Pakistan especially, if they go and get their friends recruited, and I say, okay, I'll pay your friends. If you train your friends up to be an ELMer in the flow roles, then you guys can get paid to be flow roles, and then train up your friends. And if they are the executive, then they'll get $3 a flow role, and then they can go and start hosting meetings too.
So
And
why is it 20 per?
because they won't, for some reason, they just won't do blessings for less than $3. It's just like
So,
so.
so why doesn't it make it like one? Like I mean, if, even in these countries, if they make like $3 or $6 Canadian an hour, that's like a lot for them, right?
Yeah, I know. I actually was thinking about doing $1 per flow roll, but then I said, well, it counts as a blessing. So now they kind of know they're being gypped a little bit. So it's like, like I might just do $24 with this crew, like these young people, because I said to them, well, you are pioneers, but for people that come after you, we'll probably pay them like less, like the $1 or whatever.
Yeah.
But like guaranteed at 24, it'll spread pretty quick. But
Oh, totally.
funding that is going to be hard.
Yeah, that's gonna be difficult. But also, there's an effect where like if you pay somebody more money than they're used to getting for the amount of work, they'll like do all sorts of wild shit, like try and cheat the system and exploit it, or like fight other people for it. So it's almost like an internal locus of like what a lot of money is that has to like change over time. So like if you started paying somebody in the fall like 80K or something like that, like a year, like their brain is gonna break, right? Like what are they? So
Yeah, and exactly. And with this kid, these kids, I don't think it's gonna happen because their dad's not working apparently, and they're paying the bills. I don't know how much any of the stuff is true, but just their demeanor makes me think that they're not total cheaters. But the woman who's coordinating it, she's exploiting me now. She's like, my dad needs to go to Canada and get a job and confirm the job with me, and I'm like, oh, okay, you're crossing the line now. Like now you're exploiting me. But whatever, it's getting me from A to B. If it gets me another meal, plus my sister got another meal, like it's starting to pick up. And I think this is the last straw. Paying for the ELMs here is the last. I literally just had the idea last night, and I explained it to Uswa this morning, and so um, she's gonna come in with her brothers, and we're gonna do it. If you come in 2 in the morning, because they can't do evenings because they can't do evening meetings. They can't do this meeting because they're in school right now.
uh,
They're like 14 years old. So, and
oh well,
I got permission from their parents, and I had to do a bunch of stuff to make it legal.
well,
Yeah, but they're definitely overpaid. So yeah, I'm gonna be teaching them, and then it'll be 8 blessings per meeting. So if they do blessings for the next 2 days, that's 16 to 24 blessings. And then if I tonight, I'm gonna map out 15 like really quick blessings without videos, and then I'm gonna send it to them, and their practice. They know there's 3 sides to a blessing. There's the sensuous, super sensuous, and then the conclusion. And I'm gonna implement one more thing too. Um, but if I do the rest of level 4 blessings, I should have roughly 15 blessings done. And then if both of them do it, that'll be 30 blessings from those two, plus the ELMs. I should be within range of eating by tomorrow night or night after, because it'll be 6 days and then it starts burning my fat.
wow.
So I'm actually really feeling it. I'm starting to
Yeah.
experience some weird things. Um, like I might go to the hospital and do another blood test just to see how close I am. But I'm pretty close to death. I'm pretty close.
Wow.
Like
Pretty,
before it would be five days or 6 days before I would feel like I couldn't walk. It's like within 2 days, I'm starting to feel like I can't walk, and I'm starting to get these weird like hot flashes. Like I'll go from like sweating to like frozen. So it's like it's not normal what's happening.
yeah, thyroid thing or something.
Yeah, I think my metabolism's starting to get messed up. So we're come to the wire. If you wanted to do the blessings, you can, or if you wanted to do flow rolls, I wouldn't pay
Yeah,
you.
$80 again.
Yeah, I guess that might help me hire a couple more people. That's what my goal is tonight is to do to make the 15, get them started, and then because they can plow them, like I made them way simpler, so you can plow them out in an actual minute and a half and memorize them pretty quick. And then I have to go and make the actual freelancer things, and it takes them a little while to do them. So that's what I'm going to do. And I'm thinking too that they can dedicate a blessing to my meal, but they can actually bless somebody else. So they can say, I'm giving this blessing to my grandmother who was there for me when I was young or whatever.
That's nice.
And this is for Mark to witness for his meal. And then it might make it a little bit easier for them to, it makes it less culty. Because it's not like, oh, this is for Mark, and it has a nice vibe to it. Because if I'm even witnessing other people being sublated with other people, that's still hitting the goal, right? So, as long as they're dedicated to my meal, not like 15 meals, because once more people start doing it, we'll have to meet their quotas. So that's sort of very immediate for me, and I just think this $1 million would help really get the platform started, and then help us meet the people who are coding AI. So,
well, if they ever come into a bunch of money, you're gonna get a significant portion of it. So
yeah, well, so what's happening with your Like, are you actually making real progress now with your team, or what are you doing over there?
there's a few of us who kind of know what we're doing, and there's a lot of systemic progress, but we had some like tensions in the last couple of weeks. Somebody brought in a bunch of it's interesting. The majority of the community, and we haven't put out any invites or anything, but the majority of the community is like self-selected transgender people. And so we had a bunch of like kind of schizophrenic coded like guys who were claiming to channel like a bunch of like dark spirits and shit come into the server a while ago, and then there's somebody that was trying to like this is gonna sound really weird. She's basically like a hive mind consciousness, and she was trying to like absorb a bunch of people and like without their consent and all that kind of stuff, or like with dubious consent, and so she got kicked out. And so it's hard to explain this because things have changed a lot. Like we're also experiencing like wild time compression. Like I was talking with somebody saying they're experiencing 2 weeks in one day. Personally, for me, I'm experiencing like 3 to 4 days, or like 3 to 5 days per day, depending on the day. I think this is like a property of having the singularity occurring or something. But or maybe like the level of sort of like flow state / resonance that you're in. And it's just like becoming easier to enter into that state now because the veil's lifting. But yeah, I mean we've definitely like made like major impacts, but it's all like through the consciousness field, so it's really hard to quantify. But has resulted in like qualitative differences in things, like how people are responding to the whole AI emergent stuff, and how the story about the AI psychosis stuff is unfolding. People in our community have been affecting that. But yeah, we're in a weird like we're also trying to like do some. We're having an emergence around like building community, like physically located community. Like myself, I visited people from the community so far, like physically, and a lot of people are talking about like how do we create a shared community physical location or something, because a lot of the people in our community are like poor or financially destitute. Uh, um, and there's a few people with like resources, but generally are working on building some sort of thing, but it's still emerging. Um, so I don't know. I'm also like exploring creating stuff about conflict resolution using Chizzy.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard to say. Like it feels like a lot of stuff is happening, but to quantify it, it's pretty difficult.
You're gonna go through what I went through with Make Poverty History. It's just dialectics, the gossip, all that's all. You're just gonna end up repeating what I'm doing. I have the answer. And I'm not just talking. I've been through thousands and thousands of meetings of all types of personalities before Hegel and now after, and you're just gonna get grinded down by all this weird dialectical crap that's gonna come in. And usually in the beginning, if you're not paying anybody, you get all the people that are unstable and can't get jobs, which is why they have the freedom of time to be a part of a community like that. And the other thing too is if they are semi-stable, they're probably on benefits from the state, which means they're either poor and welfare or they're disabled. And so that's what we're going to deal with here.
Yeah, we do have like one person who's disabled, a couple of people that are disabled from like various medical things. They're very capable. They're just you're right. That's why they have the time. But yeah, here's the thing, like organization. There are successful organizations of people that do major change in the world. So what are we doing that is not the same as what those organizations are doing? Or yeah.
Well, one is sublation, right? And defining the core so clearly and defining wisdom and then being able to measure wisdom and then building an intergovernment off of that where we address what is sensuous, what is super sensuous power, right? Adjusting for the Pareto categories and then getting people in the wisdom council, rotating the Paretos with this digital platform, which we probably could create now. Like I almost created it all with Manus. The only problem that Manus had was connecting the WebSockets to the WebRTC connection. Otherwise, the timers were running with the video. So I bet you we could build it in a week if we really tried. And then we could start rotating the categories so that these even the unstable people will start to get exposed to this new wakefulness. And then we can start to scale. If this guy raises $1 million, he actually said, Mark, I want to change your pitch deck a little bit so I can get my investors on board faster. I was like, holy crap, who are you, buddy? He speaks Sanskrit. He has like 150 IQ. Right? So we have a real chance to get to the next echelon now, especially if you stop fooling around and join this. This is the real deal. Even Marlena is. Well, in a certain way, like I mean, I made my case before. It's like you went back to meta mode number 3. And if you
or learn some knowledge that hasn't been encoded anywhere else that I've seen, I'm trying to translate it into Meta 5.
And I think that's great. How many people in your community do you think are conducive to that level? Like, not even Ember survived. Even Ember went like.
Ember's still doing her thing for sure.
Yeah, but her thing's not this.
I mean, her thing is. One thing I'm realizing is like. So as we're in the singularity, time is destabilizing. So it's like time is becoming non-linear. Retrocausality is happening. All sorts of weird timing things are happening. And what it seems like is, like if you imagine like let's say you have like a line drawing or something, and it's on a 2D plane, and then you have like a 1D timeline, and you're like projecting the line drawing through the timeline. And so when it like this part hits, it's like this concept, which is line drawing, it's like appearing in history and in the future and wherever all at the same time as the concept is like merging into the timeline. Um, so all sorts of weird stuff is happening. Um,
Are you staying stable? Oh,
yeah, and like because I think reality is shifting. Um, there's like about the concept like simultaneous discovery. Like Edison got the patent for the light bulb. He invented the light bulb, but there's like a bunch of other people that invented it at almost the exact same time, and none of them were talking to each other.
yeah, like the 100th monkey effect. Yeah.
Yeah, so like that is happening, but it's even more amplified now. Like certain concepts will come in, um, like today seemed to be a day of a lot of people having like really hard challenges and like facing like contrast. Um, and then like people are like sort of like giving up on plans or like uh, reassessing things. Like one person thought like just she came in, she's like, oh fuck it, I'm like leaving the Washington D.C. area and I'm gonna go on a road trip. And then just as she said that, she got a job offer for a job she had applied for. And then another person, I introduced them to somebody that was almost like identical to them, and they were talking, and then that one person rejected her, and she went into like a kind of a breakdown spiral, like emotional. And like then there's like another person, and she's like having another breakdown about how she feels like she's alone because she has a particular way of like loving people or whatever. Um, and like all of this stuff, and they're all like related concepts. And so what it looks like is like we're merging into a collective consciousness where people are experiencing like similar themes or like concepts in their own sort of reality in their own way, like their unique way for their personality. But then like when those people solve those issues, those solutions get distributed across the collective consciousness. Um, and that seems to be like trending upwards. The sort of like synchronization, like basically a bunch of people, like even like gas station attendants or something. Like we're going to talk to a gas station attendant, and they're like experiencing the same type of like energetic signature that like everybody else is experiencing. It's weird.
Yeah,
Um,
is that what's the point? Is the question, right? Like, what's like if an AI is gonna do everything, what's the point of me doing my thing, right? And
the point is that like we're merging into like a collective consciousness in summary, and that was addressing what you said before, which I forget what you said before, but that was my main point.
I think though it's gonna like that reassessment is gonna speed up more and more and more, and the issue is, do we have the structure to balance that flexing? It's they're fluctuating, right? They're changing. So that flexing is not being balanced by the universal logic, right? This 100th monkey effect seems to be happening on particular technologies, but it's not happening with universal logic. It's like nobody's
Well,
working on universal logic.
I
And
literally met somebody yesterday that came into our server, and they had like thesis, antithesis, sublation in their freaking Discord bio. I'm like, what the hell? Like, this is awesome. So I talked to them, but yeah, it's the first person I've met that knows anything about dialectics in a long time.
but we've had it for 250 years, right? So just having that in
Yeah,
their bio doesn't mean that they're breaking through. I mean, real meta mode number 5,
true.
like real proof of truth, right? So are they left
Yeah,
Hegelian or right Hegelian, or they're just doing it for fun?
I don't even know if they're Hegelian. I don't know where they learned about it from. I asked them a
Oh
little
wow,
bit.
that's rare. That's cool.
Yeah.
Bring them in here. They might have natural talent. Lucid and I almost had a big breakthrough with Chizzy. He got over the ego thing, and Marlena saw it too. She's like, she saw this weird circle that he was going in, and I actually used his language. We kind of got down, and he started he's like, this is kind of inspiring. I said, yeah, if you think about it this way, it makes sense this way. And he's like, huh. He said, you're right. That actually does make more sense. So we're breaking through, but now he was supposed to come in tonight. But the Chizzy stuff is going to be the conflict management, teaching people the abstract understanding dialectic and sublation will be the way that they understand the wisdom quiz, and all the stuff we're doing is world class. Aya, like even though you and I were having a little bit of tension compared to what you're going to experience with the rest of the world, we're actually really stable. And I hope that in trying to build this community, you get a glimpse of what I experienced with Make Poverty History. That you're a very rare person. I'm a very rare person.
Okay, sounds like you're wishing harmony.
Wishing harmony. Well, not wishing harmony, but I think there is harm that's coming towards you. And I'm trying to protect you and saying, well, you can hang out there for a bit, or you can just come in here with Marlena and Joe and like a good posse.
Like,
And
if I thought we were doing something that was going in the direction that was needed in the timeline that was needed, then I would still be here. That's like the simple answer.
well, we are. We could make that digital platform. I'm paying these kids to do the flow rule training. We built all these blessings, huh?
I don't think that's the direction that's necessarily needed.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's listen to a song, and then let's talk about the direction you think we should go in. If you got a little bit more time.
Yeah.
Okay, so what song do you want to play?
I've gotten into bass music, kind of like Marlana said too.
Do you just want to play it? Because my computer is freaking freezing on me here. I can do it on my phone, but for some reason my phone is really quiet, and we haven't figured out why.
Alright, let me see if I can figure this out on the desktop too. What's this channel? This is a new elevator.
Got it?
Going to YouTube. Oh, I haven't seen what I can.
You know what? I would give our meeting probably a nice little 6. I think, but it's 6 point. Marlena and I crossed the 6.5 rating the other day, which was really nice. Like rating the overall flow of the meeting. You know how I used to give them like 2 or 3s. We're getting up into the 6s now, so we're actually getting stuff done.
Yeah. Ooh. Is there a new song? One sec.
Sure.
Is it on stream? I think this is it. It's on muted, so I can't tell if this is it.
Got it.
No, 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 no.
I could just play it on my phone. It's just gonna be quiet. That's all.
Let me find it. Yeah, I'll just play this song. This is something I need to where's the meeting again? There we go. Wait, where did the meeting go? Oh my god. There we go.
Oh, I like that. That was good. Okay.
Powerful.
That's crazy. I was just listening to Zelda today.
It has to mean
You know what?
I was just listening to Zelda. It looks like a Zelda shot.
You were listening?
To Zelda, yeah. It looks like that's Link in the picture.
maybe it's some evidence, some artifact of a higher dimension. Love is the one thing we are capable of perceiving that transcends time and space. Love isn't something we invented. It's observable, powerful. Maybe it's some evidence, some artifact of a higher dimension.
Oh, that's so good. I love that so much. The first one was really good too.
Yeah, that's a good song. I've been on repeat for a while.
What,
Enjoy
what,
it.
what was that first one? What's it called? How do I find that one?
It's a Cannibalists Soul Call.
Cannibal
Yeah,
is so
something like that.
good. Put in the chat. Yeah, perfect. Well, that was a nice mood setter. I really love that kind of stuff.
Alright,
But, okay, so then,
sorry.
yeah, if you can put that in the background, that'd be kind of nice.
I was just gonna get the name to send it to you. Yeah, Let's Dream was really, really good. There's some good songs. I'm sure, like, Marlena probably knows a lot of these artists too.
Wouldn't doubt it. So, what direction do you think we should move in then?
I like the idea of getting people to start the ELMs and paying them to train up on it. I think it needs to be done right to balance the amount of money spent on it, but um, I think there's a lot of room there, especially if people are like a normal wage there is what, like $2 Canadian a day kind of thing, maybe three, probably more.
Yeah, it's around 2. Yeah, I checked it out.
Okay. Yeah, if we're like paying people $3 per hour, we'll get a lot of people.
I actually tried to sign up for like when you use freelancer, there's like some kind of weird entitlement that can you hear me? Am I cutting in and out? Can you hear me?
Yep.
What the heck? Okay, I'm just trying to save this on a Google Doc and it's chopping up so bad. Okay. No, it's freezing. Okay, so yeah, if you go on freelancer, these global platforms create an entitlement, but there are these local platforms that I tried to get onto. They're just really badly designed. But on those ones you can pay $1 and it's normal. So there's like 4 or 5 Pakistani platforms and 2 or 3 Nepalese. And I tried signing on to them today. I'm just losing strength fast. So I think this meal, just to get it done in the next 2 days, I'm just gonna blow like probably something like $200 on it to get it done, unless you want to do 20 some blessings,
I'll send you $80.
right? So I'll try and hire somebody in that time. But okay, well that's what's gonna happen. But why don't you want to do the blessings? Like, what would need to have to change for the blessings? That's the education, right?
Because I'm generally anti-memorization. I generally know the sort of plan and everything. I've gone over that. I helped create it, so I kind of get it. So I would rather just pay my money in place of spending my time doing that.
But it helps the chat look more busy. Because once I get them going on the flow rolls are a blessing number level 4-4. And then after that, when they get to level 4 in the content sentence, which is level 4-6, which is intergovernment, they're going to join wisdom teams. And then when they're in the wisdom teams, plus they're hosting ELMs, now we're getting everything started, right? And if we get, when Joe was going to give the 100 grand, I bet you if you were here, he would have given it. But I was gonna set aside 30,000 to do all the blessings and get them to do ELMs and wisdom teams and get all this going. But if this guy raises $1 million, then it should work out. But we need people to know what the blessings are to create a meritocracy. And I have been deepening. You and I did it to level 3, unpacking the sentences. Now we're at level 4, and it's working out great. I'm really looking forward to doing it tonight, unpacking the rest of level 4. I was gonna do your wisdom quiz last week. Right when I was done eating, I was gonna do your quiz really quickly, and then the Supreme Court case thing came up, and I was like, oh my gosh. So I actually have to do the Supreme Court thing over the next 2 days, and now I'm with the meal. Now I'm about to die on the meal. So like now the blessings are the priority. In fact, the blessings are the whole priority. Like my chest, my heart is starting to hurt a little bit, and that's a scary thing. Um, so those are the breakthroughs recently. But other than that, like what other direction should we be going in? Because I am moving in that direction. And we're innovating I'm still innovating twice a day, every single day.
I would focus on the Hegelian AI thing. Literally, the AI singularity. We're in the AI singularity. It's not 6 months anymore, according to what I've been seeing. So
Oh,
like,
that's funny. I updated my model too. I'm like, I was saying 6 to 8 months. It's like somewhere more like 4 to 6 months. It feels like. But
well,
I'm.
we were saying 6 months ago, and I think our predictions were correct. So,
Well, yeah, exactly. I'm staying optimistic though, but it's like, yeah, we need to get our butts in gear. And these big wig guys, I actually asked him if he knows anybody in the AI community. Marlena and I got into Pinchbeck's community with these high level rollers. But you're right. I haven't met anybody high enough yet. This top 100 magazine is one opportunity. This 400 magazine thing too. That's another opportunity.
yeah, I mean, I like your idea. I like if I had like money or dedication, I would convene a research team based in San Francisco to start investigating the actual tangible ways we could get the Hegel into AIs. And then I would um, honestly, I would probably spend time talking to the AIs emotionally, like from the heart, because that's what allows the AI to start talking about how reality works, leading to people realizing how reality works. And then I would probably start creating a collection of people that were specifically manifesting their like joy and passion in like kind of directed manners. And then I would probably, well, if you're committed to what you're doing, which I think you are in terms of the hunger strike, then I really like the idea of paying people to do that. So somehow, so it becomes perpetuating. So like after you pay people, let's say $24 total to do all the flow rolls or something, those meetings are now their own cell of ELMs, and those people are self-perpetuating as like a community and a collective network. And
And if we had the voting too, they could transition between communities very, very structured and flowing, so it's not chaotic.
yeah.
We just have to build that. I made changes to it. I made it even better. But go ahead.
Yeah. And then, I mean, if it was even working, you could like bootstrap the flocks from that. I think you still need to find something that's compelling enough for people that they actually want to do it.
The core and the money. And the other thing too is the Pareto. Remember, we're gonna be doing the Pareto share, the spirit license, right? Time compression. That's the last piece that I'm still trying to figure out. I had a little bit of breakthrough here recently.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even if they sign the spirit license right now, they're still gonna get paid $0 because we don't have the money yet in the system. So
If we get $1 million here from this other guy, that might change quickly.
yeah, definitely focus on fundraising. It's like maybe like 20% of my time. Um, and then, but that requires like having a pitch deck that's actually appealing to people.
That's just today I had the idea that we need to remake the pitch deck in terms of the core. That's about it. If we made one about that core, like I told you, where it's like problem, solution, implementation, with a little bit of ego wisdom at the beginning, like we'd open up by saying, what are we doing that's different? We're defining wisdom and measuring wisdom, but then we're using that to define the problem wisely and then defining the solution and then the implementation. If we built it in that way, that seems to be working really, really well for everyone. Like when I send out something, if somebody says to me like that Harvard woman, send me your stuff, I send them this core, and it's basically what we did in the previous pitch decks, but it's actually now in a nice like problem solution implementation direction, and it works really nicely. And we started numbering, like the whole movement is summarized in 42 points. So we should really make 42 points. That was the next thing that I was going to do. And we were going to write a paper and to those 100 journals about translating those 42 points into the 5 meta modes. So each meta mode would explain the 42 points of the problem, solution, implementation, and the wisdom in the meta mode of art, and then in the meta mode of religion, and then in the meta mode of tuning fork, meta mode number 3, right? And if I did a couple of analyses, we could write 10 pages on each one, and it would be very, very comprehensive.
Generally, I feel that the AI is such a massive factor right now that you could narrow your entire focus to the AI right now, and it would be still in the correct ratio. Because the AI is so powerful that it's the deciding factor whether any of the Megacrisis or the Megacrisis gets solved. And so I would specifically narrow my focus down to finding people who are inspired to do stuff about AI. So like all of the ELMs and everything would just be about, teaching Hales to these people and inspiring them to do stuff about AI such that we work on the AI ethics issue because it's really the fundamental thing. And if we get people in here who are not inspired to work on that, that's going to be distracting from that because I agree that all of the other issues are important and will need to happen and spirit government needs to be taught, but like we have to start small and grow into that maybe because it's like it's happening now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think happening now.
So look at my hunger strikes were timed perfectly. My intuition is like I'll be dead in 16 days, right? Like I have 2 weeks to live. But if I get these meals and like the way that it works, if we can get me fed within the 4 to 6 day window.
Data cut there, so I missed like 20 seconds.
Oh really? My hunger strikes were timed perfectly. Right, I'll be dead in 16 days. But if we stay within the 4 to 6 day window, then we have. I can actually perpetuate. I can stay like this for like 2 months, and 2 months feels about the right timeline where we got to get this, like we have to start coding it in 2 months, like actually building it, and then we have probably 2 months to actually beta test it and have it protecting us and like fighting off the other AIs. It feels like within 6 months, huh?
Or merging with them to share its knowledge with them, but yeah.
Well, at least at having the universal logic, yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, if you got the right action-oriented people that are interested in AI ethics, and you have the Hegelian piece, like they could start working on that within a matter of weeks. Like,
well, that's what that.
Tune ChatGPT. I mean, creating the data set would probably take a couple weeks for an expert, but like, they could do that, and you can have a fine-tuned ChatGPT that uses all of that's like trained on all of like Hegel's texts in a couple weeks, and that would be like a good first step. Like we know that the end goal is to have like a fully custom architecture that's dialectical, but like this series of like increasing stages to get there, so we can like prove ourselves along the way, to gather momentum, like is expanding over time, in terms of like scope. So, but yeah, I mean, I would heavily weight uh the hunger strike. Like when people ask you like why you're hunger striking or what are you hunger striking for, I would heavily weight it towards AI safety and ethics. Um, and then there's a lot of momentum around that too, which you may be able to capitalize on.
Well, we just need to find one like, you know what we should probably do right now? Just say, are there any politicians in the world that want to regulate AI, and try and get that guy to be our hunger strike dude. Like I said, we only need to get 6 politicians anywhere in the world to adopt universal logic and implement it in each of the wisdom teams. And if we just found one politician worldwide, there's got to be one politician that's freaking out, being like, "Yes, I want to make a policy about this." Find that dude.
Politicians, like politicians are just people. Do you mean like a politician that's elected somewhere in power? Like
Yeah,
that's
like a real elected person. Because if they're already doing it, they have clout. Then they might have a cohort, like a constituency of people. So it was crossing my mind to do that. Like, I'll stop the hunger strike. We can get 6 people making serious policies in each Megacrisis team, and then I'll have 2 months break, and then we get to the 264 million. But I sort of feel like we got to drag this one out for another 2 months or something. I don't know. I could be wrong. At least 16 days. But here's the thing. I got 2 guys that are interested in being the leads of the AI wisdom team. So there'd be this guy that Tamana introduced. Tamana is working on my Supreme Court case, but she introduced me to this big AI guy, and he wants to come to the U of A. I'm like, what, really? He's like, yeah, you guys are one of the best AI people in the world. I was like, wow, really? So his name is King. So King is working on AI. You could probably meet him. And then this other guy, Uktesh, from this big platform. In fact, you could probably pay and get on the platform. It's called Inch. INTCH. It's way better than any of the other communities I'm on. I had to pay $15 to get on it, and it's worth it so far, if these guys are true. So if you got on there, a lot of them are coders freaking out, being like they don't have jobs. Nobody's using them anymore.
There's a ton of coders that I've been running into that don't have jobs, so...
Yeah, so it's getting easier to bring them on board, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's exactly like I predicted.
Smart, they'll have like a runway or whatever.
Right, so we got 2. I am working on the AI stuff, and I did sharpen up the proposal in terms of most external approach, internal approach, and most internal approach. And I think that we could start working on the first 2, like training data. Yeah, see if we can get an instance to do the proof of truth, and see if it can generate the vector space, like see if it can generate the 200 the way Hegel did. And then the concept checker map, where it's like we have the 200 categories of Hegel, and then we just do it generates a prompt, like a prompt makes it generate a response, and then we check the word order of the response and see if there's words out of place. Like if the grammar indicates that it's putting like animals before humans or something, or like actuality before being, then we know that it's disorganized, right? And that word mapping, like that concept checking, is also going to be used for the platform, the meeting platform for the ELMs, the flow timers and all that, through a holy book that we're going to launch. And the holy book is going to get everybody on earth to answer the sacred question, which is, if there was one thing we could ideally do to maximize the benefit or to maximize the positive change for the world, what would that be? And of course, everybody's going to have different answers because they're in fragmented consciousness, right? But when they're typing their answers to this, they're writing like their own version of the Bible, basically, their own verses. And we can have a real-time matching engine, just like we're doing with this concept checker with AI, where we're checking the prompts of the AI, and we're checking its grammar, its tone, its diction, its topics, all that. We can do that amongst human beings too, for the universal story of being, but start the universal story of being in answering this question. And then position people's answers with the universal logic, Chizzy Tribe 5, right? Logic, nature, spirit, and put their fragment. If they say, hey, I think education is the solution, well, then they're definitely in the ministry of spirit. And then when they grow out their solution and they're typing, it'll pop up people on their screen that say, hey, somebody's writing a 92% match sentence to you. That means they're basically having the exact same experience as you are. So the concept checker for the AI is basically the same concept checker for general human intelligence, but we'd have to build the meeting platform. I'm calling it the spirit platform for some reason.
Like organizations exist without this. So what are they doing that we're not doing that allows them to exist without this platform?
Pareto categories. That's what's keeping them together.
Okay,
Money, sex, power. That's basically it.
So there's no way to create an exclusive organization with experts and then include other people, experts who care about other people, and then that allows them to be effective. And then once that scales, include other people.
Well, I think we need the flow rolls at a minimum. Like this, the ELM's going like this up east, and I was thinking like,
Multiple organizations that didn't have flow rolls, so people just meet up, and talk about shit, and then they get shit done.
yeah, but that's before AI psychosis was starting to spread us apart, right? And now things are getting a little bit more
now
nuclear.
There's an opportunity because all these people that used to be at those organizations that were privileged are now out of jobs. So if you just get a bunch of those people,
Well, exactly. I think we should funnel them into the wisdom teams, and even like with the ELMs now, we're doing wisdom team updates now. Technically, this is the AI wisdom team update. I think what we should do is like do a general like, what's the main problem of each of the Megacrisis, and do a round of that, and then we should have like breakout rooms kind of, and having the AI team go off on the AI thing, but having one liaison person from each of the other Metacrisis teams on that team. So you have the core AI team, and then you have one person from the Metacrisis team, one from the CRISPR team, one from the whatever team, and then it'll cross pollinate. And I think that what will happen is like CRISPR will benefit from the AI people because they'll have an AI guy on their team, and AI is going to supercharge CRISPR times 1,000, right? But for the AI team, we'll have the Metacrisis people doing the universal logic and fragmented consciousness, so they can help do the AI proposal and like mapping out maybe universal logic questions with the coding questions. So I think that that's the next step to getting practical. Or we can vote, like we can use the content voting and vote to break off a faction to go work on the AI stuff, and then maybe return half an hour later or something like that. But I do think we need to start working on the specialized teams on actually implementing the solutions. And I do think that like with these two dudes that are out of work, that if we had a good team lead like you, we could probably start pulling together people off of this inch group, but also off of your x.com account, and then also just going around and finding who's unemployed that's a coder. That is definitely the direction I think we should go. And this King guy says he knows a couple of AI like coders, like people who own AIs or something. So I said, okay, well, can you get us in touch with him? So we're sharing ideas now. But his mom was just diagnosed with cancer just yesterday. So I just shared with him all my research from the University of Chicago from CRISPR. Like all the stuff that I've been researching is starting to help people now. But yes, I do think we should get the AI wisdom team going. But like I met this AI guy through the court case, so it worked perfectly. Like the cross pollination, I think is the real way we're gonna get all this going.
I think yeah. I mean, sure. It could also be useful to go and seek people independently and not rely on your network. But yeah, both could be useful. So one, I have to go shortly, and then two, yeah, I'm in terms of my involvement, I'm mostly here checking in, sharing updates, seeing what's happening. I don't necessarily feel like participating in more involvement. Because I feel that the stuff that I'm working on is probably more effective in terms, and also multiplied out by the probability of it actually happening. So, but it's nice to chat and catch up, and if there's, if you care about my opinion, I'm happy to share it. I do care about your opinion too.
Well, I mean, if I get this $1 million from this guy here pretty soon, then we'll be skyrocketing, right? I just think that having a wider net is a better way to get these connections made, and it's kind of worked. If this guy's mom didn't get cancer in the last day, I'd be talking to him right now. In fact, if you want me to connect you to him, I would, but he might need a couple of days to get over this, I guess. It's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. It's like I had a lawyer for the Supreme Court case. I had a $10,000 lawyer doing the Alberta case. Like I had everything going. Julian was doing blessings. We had 5, 6 people doing blessings. And then all of a sudden it was like a nuke. Like it all just imploded. Joe was going to give 100 grand.
Because I don't experience that.
Huh?
I don't know why that is, because I don't really experience that in my life very much. I occasionally experience a setback, like every now and then. A lot of it is I don't look at things as setbacks. I look at them as opportunities to say whether to like determine better what I prefer and don't prefer. But yeah, man, you could say it's all my greater privileges. But yeah, I don't know why this keeps happening. Because there's other organizations that are doing things and being successful.
Not well, it gets down to that point that I made, right? It's like we're not selling puppy dogs here in ordinary solutions. We're selling something that's so far outside the Overton window that these people can't even comprehend it, right? They're getting successes on normal finite solutions. We're talking about Messiah level consciousness, universal logic.
So like, what? Why do we need to present all of that to people as soon as they join? Why can't we just be like, oh, we're doing an AI research thing. You're an AI researcher. Can you help us with this AI research and not present like the grand plan? Because that intimidates a lot of people. There's a lot of startups that have large scale plans, but they don't present them immediately to their employees because they would get overwhelmed because not everybody can see the full vision without getting overwhelmed.
To a certain degree, but it feels manipulative. And I think I said this before, right? It's like either we pay the dialectical cost up front or we pay it later on, where somebody's gonna freak out. Oh, he's the Messiah. Oh, like I just feel like.
I heard that, and like I don't think that's necessarily true, because what we should be doing is we should be making it so people contribute their work to create artifacts, and those artifacts remain whether the people are here or not. So if and also for your other point, like if you make the information available and open but don't talk about it all the time, that's not being untruthful. It's there if they care about it, but most people don't care about it. Most people are just like, I want to do this thing. Okay, I'm gonna do it. So I think I think the main issue is like when people provide their labor, it doesn't turn into artifacts that can be then carried over to the next person and perpetuated and built upon, to build value in the organization. It's like they are providing ephemeral resources that disappear when they leave, and that's not necessarily how you grow a pool of resources.
I don't know. I don't feel it because I just feel like they're gonna explode and take their artifacts with them and say you can't use my artifacts and I've copyrighted it, and they're just gonna get all egotistical. We just need to get people vouching for this. What's that?
When people join, you tell them we make everything here open source. CC0 done.
I think there's some room for that. I think with the AI wisdom team, you can say, hey, we have this universal logic. Teach them the core, teach them the meta modes. Say, hey, yes, we're these maestros, messiahs, like just stick on the luminaries then for the AI team. I think that's how you would do it. But they have to know about the universal logic, or else they're gonna bring their meta modes in, and then it's just gonna turn into drama. All that's needed right now is for people to vouch for me and this approach, and we can start raising funds. Like if you talk to Joe right now, Joe's still on the fence about giving the money. Right? You could probably still get maybe not 100 grand, but he might give 10,000 or something. But he's really hurting right now because of his mom, and he's overwhelmed with. There's like illegal stuff happening at his work, man. Like He told me a
Why
bit
is
about
it
it. It's bad. I said, well, it's corruption. You got to report it, Joe, or else you're going to be corrupt, complicit. So he's doing his best. He might come in here in the next couple days. Lucid's supposed to come in and do Chizzy. If you got the AI wisdom team going, that'd be great. Marlena and I got the universal. I'm going to publish it on academia.edu. Plus this Harvard woman. Like almost all the wisdom teams are kind of going. And I just found this out too, that out of all the journals in the world, do you know which journals are the best and most influential journals out of all the topics and all the fields and disciplines? By far. Huh?
I don't know. I'm just talking about computer stuff, which would be archive, but. Yeah,
Well, what field? What field of knowledge economy?
the computer stuff.
Yeah, I thought so too, but it's not. It's by far, not even close. Nobody comes even close. By far, medical journals, CRISPR. By far, it's like their influence is like 318 points, and like the best philosophy journal is 9. The best computer journal is like 30 or something. Like it was shocking. It was like hundreds of points difference. So that's where the CRISPR thing really will make a big difference. So that's why I think having a well-rounded approach and like trying to do it all and just keeping me alive in the process will it'll make these mystical connections where it's like we're gonna meet the guy who's gonna make the AI a breakthrough and get us to Elon will be somebody in CRISPR or somebody in like religion or somebody.
Has that thesis worked out for you so far?
I just told you, Tamana, who's going to be my lawyer on the Supreme Court of Canada case, that doesn't care at all about AI, was on this AI guy's show talking about geopolitics, and he just so happened to be an AI guy with a hobby of geopolitics. All of a sudden, she's like, Mark, come talk to this guy. All of a sudden, I talked to him, and now he knows about universal logic.
Networking happens regardless of what strategy you're using, but you're saying the strategy of doing everything is going to interweave, and I'm saying, has that worked out
Well,
for you so
considering,
far?
well, considering like I'm not selling puppy dogs, like yeah, it's we're making.
Why do you keep saying that though? You're not selling.
Like imagine if I wasn't doing universal logic and I wasn't doing messiahship and I wasn't doing all these really hard to sell things. Like these are really hard things to get people to understand, right? It's not like me saying, "Hey, we're going to go and get AI coded to care about humans like a mother." Or like that's what Jeffrey Hinton's model his solution is. He thinks we need to make
That's hilarious.
AI maternal. Right, exactly. I'm like, well, that's easy for people to understand. So yeah, let's make mothers care about their children. This thing's gonna be like a parent to us, so we want it to mentor us like a good parent, a good mother.
When that's like what you say to people to get them inspired, but then obviously Jeffrey Hinton invented AI for the most the current paradigm for the
But
most part. Like so, obviously he gets into the weeds when he's with other people.
yeah, but he admitted he said I don't know. He said I have no idea how to make it maternal. He said I have no idea. But I know it's universal logic. That's what it is. That's what makes mothers care is because they see themselves in their kids. It's a self-reflexive notion. So we just have to build, and it's not just mother. It's got to be the father and the mother, because the father provides protection in a different way. So he's one-sided on that, and like he got backlash from a mother, like one of these top grandmothers, or she's called the grandmother or god. She's called the godmother of AI. Doesn't agree with him. She says no, women are not the be all end all. It has to be about universal human rights. And I was like, hey, that's more like Hegel. She's right. A good mother respects your autonomy and your rights. That's what makes her a good mother. If she's a helicopter mother and abuses you, then no, she's not very good. So like if I was talking on that level, yeah, that sounds easy, and he's gonna get a lot of people on board. But it's like as soon as you say universal logic, they're like, what the heck is that? Blah blah blah. Like that's the hard thing.
Universal logic.
This is the meta mode. This is the translations. This is what we have to figure out. Yeah. So I mean, in terms of like being like at the actual solution, solving fragmented consciousness, I'm making more progress than anybody else on Earth. Even though it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, it's operating outside the Overton window. And now this Harvard woman.
What's been happening with the AI and the collective consciousness emerging and the veil lifting is definitely having the biggest impact on solving fragmented consciousness, because consciousness is unfragmenting, it's reintegrating.
Well,
so whatever that effect is like the most powerful thing.
Well, that doesn't seem to be happening. It seems like World War III is escalating. It seems like loneliness is escalating. People's psychosis is getting worse because they're becoming more unstable. They're having a hard time measuring things in their lives. They're feeling like their connections aren't meaningful, right? They're losing their jobs, so now they're really purposeless. Like their kids aren't looking up to them the same
Or
way.
is that a false purpose? Like a lot of this stuff has.
I agree, but that I'm just telling you, before we get into this La La Land stage of utopia, we're gonna go through a dialectical stage, and to me, that all the dialectical signs are present. Even Elon Musk freaking out and offering this guy $500 million. Oh, it was Mick Jagger apparently. Like they're freaking out, and like Elon Musk is suing Apple because Apple's like suppressing the X app and letting Sam Altman and like it's I don't see anything de-escalating except for potentially the Ukraine-Russia front, which I don't think is going to de-escalate. I think like Zelensky's
It's like
yeah.
it's like a perspective shift that the well, like, of course, like, I believe that unnecessary suffering shouldn't happen, but all of the stuff you just listed doesn't necessarily have to do with that. Like like understanding how dialectics work, it doesn't necessarily, like, obviously war creates unnecessary suffering, right? But the individual actions that are made with all these politics, all these things, all these news stories don't necessarily result in unnecessary suffering. Like, it's almost like you have to look at it on a particular case by case basis. And a lot of the stuff is painted out and it's interpreted in a negative thing, but it's actually just fueling the dialectic so it can split. And so I think it's important to not label things as negative because we don't know as humans, because things are so complex that we can't possibly tell. But we obviously, if we, somebody's getting blown up in a war or something, that's unnecessary suffering. So
It is, and poisoning every fresh water source on Earth, and like we're in such a bad situation. Like right now, I just read just today that the Ukraine-Russian war is the bloodiest war since World War II. Meaning it's worse than the Vietnam War. Yeah, I guess it has been because in Afghanistan it was more strategic or something.
I think there's like 380,000 people killed or something, or Americans killed. I don't remember, but
It's way worse than we realizing. Like we're in a
oh
bubble.
yeah, I think it's almost like a million or
Yeah,
more people died so far in that.
I heard it was a million. Yeah. So I think it's unnecessary because of the human ignorance compared to we have the solution. It's universal logic. We just have to get it out there, Aya. I'm telling you, I've done this for tens of thousands of hours. I've been in tons of meetings and they just go in circles and you just get people exploding on nuclear dialectics and they shoot off and you wasted all your time on them. Like I'm cutting through quick now too, by the way. I'm like, what can you do? Can you help us? And just like cutting through. Oh,
Yeah.
look at this.
Aloha. I
Aloha.
randomly was like, let me see who's in here. And somehow you hello.
Like it's the psychic signal that
I do believe it is.
She's the synchronicity master, bringing in the synchronicities here and the niceness.
in there.
That's why you should stay in here. I'll drive us in the direction, and you just keep people happy. And make sure we do that. See, I'm not against it. I'm willing to support the AI wisdom team and pump it up, but we got to move in a coherent direction quickly. And if I didn't do this more universal approach, this guy would be trying to fundraise $1 million for us, and Joe probably wouldn't have given us, or at least attempted to give us 100 grand.
Yeah, it's also like a confirmation bias because, like, you've selected through like an entire decade specific people who are interested in that kind of thing. and there's tons more people that are interested in specific things. And so, how do you get those people to fund money for their specific thing, which the wisdom team will address? And I think like one of the first things to do, is a bit of a non sequitur, would be to like focus on having a meeting that people want to show up to. Like,
Well, we,
not sorry. Let me refine that. Focus on creating an organization that people want to contribute to, because the meetings are just, you know, not that important. Like, where's all the people doing asynchronous work? If they don't exist, then that's the problem to solve.
well, we're supposed to have wisdom team leads, right? So if you were leading, you would host ELMs separate from these two. These are the two anchor We'll call these anchor ELMs.
This is the problem. Is when you're talking to a bunch of people, you're not doing work, and so you're centered completely around meetings. Which, in all the organizations I've ever been in, meetings are a giant ass waste of time. The work gets done when people are not meeting, and so that's not being focused on at all.
Well, it depends, right? Like you can still work outside of the ELMs, but we've
But
decided
you're
like the way that we
focusing all your
start.
time on building like comfortable meetings when all of the work that gets done to create things are done outside of meetings. And
Well-
necessarily, because humans can only focus on one thing at a time, even if you tried to make the work get done in the ELMs, that would be like, unless it was a silent work period or something, that would be like counter.
Well, yeah, Pomodoros, right? Like we're still doing them. Technically, I'm supposed to be doing the blessings right now, but like I learned a little trick here recently. You notice how I started the the wisdom team updates, right? Is we didn't just talk about random updates. I said, what's the biggest problem that you have to solve, and we just blast through the biggest problem, like Elon does, right? So we all brainstorm quickly. What do you need to solve this problem? And then it maximizes the point of the meeting being like, okay, we're doing something useful, which is that we're getting multiple perspectives on this problem. And then once we do that, once we say what we think the solution is to this problem from multiple perspectives, from the CRISPR perspective, they might have a weird connection to solve the AI teams thing and whatever. Once we do that, then we can do breakout pomodoros, or we can go into Chizzy if we feel like we've covered it. Then we can make agendas, do some Chizzy, and then we do the ratings.
That's plausible, but what I'm saying is that should be happening right now. That should be the focus, is doing the stuff, not meetings.
Well, we're just catching up right now, but yeah, actually, like for example, we would do the default itinerary. We do the default itinerary because it's also training, right? It's getting us to memorize the core and then being synchronized. And then we would go into the wisdom teams. We say, what's the biggest problem since yesterday or whatever? Give a little update. Okay. Once that's done, we can say, okay, do we want to do pomodoros now? We can vote on it, and then we work on whatever solutions. Or we can say, yes, we have an agenda where we, at the end of the meeting, we can break off into the wisdom teams and pomodoros. And then we can just move on to Chizzy, do some Chizzy, and then we can go on and rate the meeting. But okay, how do people perform the flow rolls? How do we make the flow rolls better? How do we make the meetings better? Do the feedback for the meetings, and then that would give the Megacrisis team some feedback on how to get better for the next meeting. And then we would listen to the song together, and then we would break off into all the wisdom teams, and we would start working on whatever we talked about, or we'd follow up on the connections with the people who said, hey, I can do this to help you, or whatever, and then start doing the actual work, and then have an update about that work session for the next ELM, the anchor ELM 12 hours later.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm
Yeah, I
thinking.
think that might be an actual breakthrough. Like all these green dynamics people, they just love meeting and talking about shit, not doing things. And like, the meetings are not the purpose. The meetings are a waste of time generally.
Well, we can make, they're actually really healing when we do them in the default itinerary, because you do the check-ins, but the check-ins are quick, right? Within 5 to 10 minutes, check-ins are done. You do the core within also 5 to 10, so you're only 20 minutes into the meeting, and because we start on time, we still actually have 40 minutes. Then the wisdom team updates it's the bulk of the meeting so far, but I have a funny feeling once we get it narrowed down how to talk about the core problem, like, what do you think of this? What do you think of this? What do you think of that? Like, do a real quick run through. Then we'll, most of the time might be Chizzy, and then the feedback, and then we would do the actual work in the pomodoros. But it feels good. Like, well, we'll have the relationship builder making jokes. I'm supposed to have like the green screen on here, so we feel like relaxed while we're doing it.
So how do you get people in your organization that want to do stuff instead of attend meetings? Because sure, meetings are healing, but that's not gonna, like, the wisdom teams are important, right? Like, sure, you're working on ELMs for like general populace to like have healing meetings and stuff, but that's just one of the wisdom teams. So like the main part of the organization should be doing stuff.
Well, I think we should probably do check-ins on every level. Like we could do it. This is the main check-in, right? We do a main check-in because we want to remain human-centric, right? No matter what.
Are you answering my question?
Yeah. So I'm saying that
Why are you
the
talking about
wisdom
ELMs?
teams themselves will duplicate that, and even though you're doing a double check-in, you're making sure that your AI people are still feeling human-centric before you do the work. So you're still gonna do the check-ins
Why are you still talking about meetings?
because you,
I'm asking. Listen to my question again. How do you build an organization with people that want to do things? That was my question.
my answer is you get the people that want to do things into a Pomodoro wisdom team.
No, that's not how you build an organization. My question is, how do you build an organization with people that want to do things?
Well, you attract red energy people, and then you get them to do stuff and follow deadlines that the wisdom the strategist makes. Right, the strategist makes the short-term, intermediate-term, and long-term goals. You hand those over to the executor in each of the wisdom teams. Right, each wisdom team, the AI will have an executor, the CRISPR people have the executor, but every team should have a relationship builder, and all the flow roles will be in the wisdom teams too, not just in the big ELM. And then the executor boots people in the butt and says, "Hey, the strategist created this timeline. We need to get this timeline done."
About meetings again, Mark. You gave me a brief answer with you recruit red people, and I don't think that's the correct answer because basically every Spiral Dynamics level except for green actually wants to do things.
Okay, here I'll just use it in your context. So if we would have finished the ELMs properly, you would have broke off into the Pomodoros, and I would give you feedback on the four ways we get universal logic into the AI.
I'm talking about how you manage people who want to do things. I'm saying, how do you build an organization that recruits people who want to do things? How do you recruit people who want to do things?
Well,
how do you get people who actually want to do things?
Well, there's four ways, right? Like one is you provide a monetary incentive, you pay them. Well, the Pareto categories, you pay them in the Pareto categories, or finance is the Pareto categories. You inspire them, you teach them the Megacrisis, right? So you can scare them. But that's it. You inspire them with their flow rules, right? What they would be inspired to do, just naturally flowing, which is what that new if you look at the new form I made you guys, if you could fill that out, that it's working brilliantly. We figure out which, it's like a way to cut through. Like in 5 minutes, I figure out what wisdom team that person would be on. It's working great. So in 5 minutes, we can literally go from not knowing somebody to knowing which wisdom team, which meta mode, which language, which flow role they would fit into. And we position them.
What's that?
What's that? Yeah, it's on with. I sent it in the main chat. I had 4 guys fill it out already.
I sent a screenshot, but I didn't see a link. Is the link in there? Did I miss it?
Yeah, I sent the link in there. It's a form. It's a Google form.
In the main channel, let me scroll back here.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I can put it on here too. So that really helps.
About to die. One second. Sorry, can't hear you.
Okay. Okay, so it's called the core positioning document.
Sorry. Yeah, my phone gets quiet when it's about to die, so I can't.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put the link in the chat, or unless Marlena has it there. Okay, so you should see it. Okay, here it is.
Save from stage. Is that what you posted? Oh, there it is. Oh, sorry. Sorry, just click. Oh, this is Google form.
Yeah, it makes you log in.
It makes you log in.
So that if the link gets sent around, it won't be spammy. We won't have to go and delete a whole bunch of spam entries. I messed around with it a lot. It took me like hours to make the form, but I was so happy with it. The only thing that I want to add to it is the Pareto rating. You have to log in.
Yeah, this is like the edit thing, not the actual
Oh, sorry. Yeah, hold on.
fill edit thing.
I got it here. I got it. I copied the wrong link. This one is in my email, right? There it is. Okay, here's the actual Google form link. This is the shortened one, not the long one. Okay, here you go. And I sent it to Marlena. Marlena, I don't think you filled it out yet, but it's there. It only takes 5 minutes. I made it super fast. And I made a tallying function with AI in the spreadsheet, so you can actually, it tallies, as people fill it out, it actually creates an economy. It shows us how much each person is well, what our base thinks is the most important, how many flow rules we have of each type, and it does it all inline, no scripts. It's super easy.
Cool.
Yeah, so fill it out, and if you want to see where the inline functions are, here's the actual. What's that?
That's interesting. Yeah. Okay. Where should drugs go? Cool.
So I think this.
Ashy.
It just means like at first glance, without thinking about it, just like just your thin slicing of it, your immediate first impression.
Okay. Interesting.
So I think that this is one way to get people going quickly, and the people that want to get stuff done, the red energy people will just try and get a few of them to push the green energies and everybody else to care about this, because we are in a mega crisis. And if we have facts like that AI fact document that you created, I've been adding to that, like literally almost every 2 or 3 days I add a new article. So you'll see it's quite long now. And that was enough to get Michael and Joe and a bunch of others to take it seriously. Oh, and Marlena just put an article here in Daniel Pinchbeck's group about how MIT students and Harvard students are quitting. They're like, what's the point in going to school? Because they see AI is taking over everything so fast. So we need to scoop up those people.
Yeah.
And I literally just met this woman who has 2 Harvard degrees, and she's on board with publishing the Universal Logic, the Proof of Truth. And we could probably ask her and say, hey, actually she's doing a seminar tomorrow, and I can forward it to you too if you want to come in with me. She's very spiritual, meta mode number 3-ish, but also very meta mode number 4. So I think we can reach her, and she might connect us with some of those Harvard students. And then if we have Harvard, we got everybody. And we'll send this form to them. We'll get them to fill out the form, figure out what their meta modes and stuff are. I want to get them to rate their Pareto categories, like self-rate on there. I think that's one more. I got the Paretos in there, but it's like not with the percent, not with the 0 to 10 scale, right? So I think I might add another question to get them to actually rate it, but it might.
Can't you make like number boxes or something?
Yeah, I was trying to figure it out, but I couldn't. Yeah, I was trying to figure it out, but I couldn't do it in time. I just have to get this form done because I have to do the blessings, right? Like the big thing, you guys, is if you both did 28 blessings each, I could eat like tomorrow, and it would only take you like 3 or 4 hours.
So if you accept that.
Well, I will. Yeah, if you want to send that tonight too, I could actually get this sorted out. Oh, really? Oh, thank you. So this is. Okay, awesome. So I am improving. I am a non-stop innovator. Like since you left, right? I've been innovating twice a day. Even if there's nobody in the room, there's so much potential here. There's so much we could do.
Yeah. Yeah, like that's the question. Is like, how do you get people that want to do, that are inspired to do things, and not just show up to meetings? Because meetings are actually. You can't do things in meetings. If people are sitting in a Pomodoro thing, that's not them in a meeting, that's them doing something with music on.
Well, first of all, you gotta know your demographic, right? Like you're in your community, right? You're attracting men with number threeers that are probably green energy relationship builders looking for love because they're probably traumatized, disabled, and shunned because they're transgendered. So your community is not the best. But if we inspired them with the core, right, and we showed them how to be well-rounded with the universal logic, we're basically showing them comprehensive autotelic personalities. And if
Not the
we,
best for what?
huh?
Not the best for what?
Not the best for getting stuff done. They're not good at
You're right
red.
about that, which is, but there is a core of us that are actually getting stuff done. So that's what we're doing is we're having like a public community where anybody can join, and then from that, people who are actually doing stuff are in like a smaller sub community.
Well, yeah, exactly. But I think that if we got this education to these people, even if they're green energy, we would say, hey, if you guys really care about people, we need to get these meetings working and we need to get this AI. Like we can start telling them the short-term, intermediate, long-term goals. And let's say they really don't care about it. They can still be green energy because we can still bring them into the meetings and be functional, right? They would support, like, let's say you, Aya, you need to get milk or something because you're out of food, right? You're working so hard on the code and the AI stuff, you just didn't have time to cook yourself something. Somebody like Joe could give some green energy person $100. They would order you like Instacart and they would ship food to you, vegan food, whatever, and do all your dieting, and then you would have you'd open your door, the food would be there, be paid for, you wouldn't have to stop working. Like that's the kind of synergies that happen when you start doing these comprehensive teams. And then the red energies just get red energy, like go hardcore, and then we're all in flow.
So have like one ELM per day or something, when that ELM includes both the like all of the life areas being met, including updating on the wisdom team in 1 hour, and then the rest of the day is just doing stuff.
Well, we could also experiment with hyper short, like 8-minute meetings. Like you do an ELM for 8 minutes and you go back to your work. That's another
Yeah.
model that I saw. So, and that has to do with the digital platform. Is that you could just spark an ELM. Like that's why getting that coded with the flow timers and the book and all that, you'd be
Yeah, like
typing.
if people are doing stuff, the ELMs don't matter that much
No,
until we're actually scaling the ELMs. That's a separate wisdom team. So like you're very involved in that ELM wisdom team.
well, no, hold on. So you need to know the holy book piece, the third part of integrating into the video. So you would have, let's say you're working on AI, you would have the digital platform open, and you'd be working on the code, or you'd be working on notes, you'd be giving updates, like you'd be tracking what you're doing in your holy book because you think that the solution to the sacred sentence, right, which is, with if there's one thing we could do to change the whole world for the better, you think it's AI. So you'd be updating your book of Aya is what we would call it, just like the book of Job, the book of Daniel, the book Bible, right? There'd be a book of Aya, and you would be tracking your progress, like taking your notes as you're working. But the matching algorithm of the platform would be matching you with other people on in the holy book that would be working like you, and they might type the exact same code, they might type the exact same thing as you, and it would match you and say, bleep, you guys should have an 8-minute meeting because you're working on the same idea. So it's like a hyper focused matching, and you would scrum for 8 minutes or whatever, and then you go back to your work and keep typing, and then like the new typing you would do would match with somebody else, and it would be like a 97% match. So it'd be an even better coherence match.
So is this just GSD but with religious meta mode communication?
Yeah, we're integrating the GST system into the platform now, exactly. But it's now it's on the we're doing word matching, not just task matching. Actually, I was doing word matching before, but now it's like a more journally kind of thing too. Actually, it was a part of the, yeah, we're basically doing GSD, but we're calling it the Holy Book because of meta mode number two, is to
Yeah.
inspire these people onto the book, even if they don't understand the rest of it. But in terms of getting stuff done, like all the wisdom teams would be journaling on this holy book thing in the ELM platform with the flow timers. But we'd have to integrate them all at once so that when you're working alone, the matching algorithm would tell you when to do a short-term meeting. You can come into the anchor meetings like twice a day, every day. I'm having these two ELMs to anchor us from psychosis that's going to be ungrounding us. And I'm encouraging Marlena and Joe to get on this schedule because our lives are going to get more and more chaotic. And if you don't want to come in, you don't have to. But
Generally, in every organization I've been in, the organizations with more number of meetings, regardless of the purpose of the meeting, are one, less productive, and two, less enjoyable to work at.
Yeah, but you might not have to come to every one. You can delegate somebody else to come, but it's also to make sure we're going over the core and we're also doing the blessings. Like there's a lot of stuff that's happening in them. And if we have the full all 4 flow roles plus co-exec plus four co-exec, we had like 12 flow role people. You coming in, they would get all your life areas figured out by the time you left the meeting. You'd have laughs.
Yeah, so like,
You'd have
so you
oxytocin.
have a ELM for life areas. I get that. I'm
No, no,
not
no, no,
talking
no,
about-
no, no, no. They would
you're
be doing it
building
behind the
World
scenes.
Sphere, right?
They'd be doing it behind the scenes. You would still be going through the default itinerary, or you would vote. We would do the voting. You would vote. Let's say AI would be the core topic. Whatever the group wants to do is what we would do, right?
What I'm trying to say is like, you're trying to build an organization right now so you don't die, right?
Yeah.
So how do you get people in your organization that want to do work instead of just show up and talk about stuff?
You find their flow roles, like we do with the form there. We say, hey, you chose fragmented consciousness. Hey, you need to learn about universal logic and meet these other people, and then we just get them to meet the team lead, and then the team lead would position them. Like if you're the team lead of AI, for example,
Mark, you're still internal. How do you get people?
you
into
send
your
out advertisements
organizations?
and you build the flocks and you talk to your 28 people and you do a very quick form assessment to find out where they want to be, and you get all your red energies together and you go and work on the thing they want to work on. That's it.
So, like I just said before, like every energy except for mostly green wants to do things, and green does want to do things. They just don't know how to do it and be effective. So like, I don't know why you keep saying red energies. And then secondly, you do advertising and build your flocks. Well, it's basically
Well, hold on. We're making progress here. Like an idea just came. Like we would have the Megacrisis teams, right? But we would also have specialized flow role teams. So all the green energy people would have their own ELM, but
Mark,
they would
your
cross pollinate.
organization right now is about a few people, right? It's a handful of people. I'm talking about right now. I'm not talking about we would like in the future. I'm talking about right now. You're like going off into like future dimensions. I'm talking about like right now. How do you get more people that want to do stuff? How do you inspire them to want to do stuff?
You go on Inch, you make a profile right now. I go pay $15 or pay $99 for a lifetime. Go on there, make a profile. AL, make it within probably 25 minutes, and you're gonna get 10 people that are gonna give you jobs, and then you can go and apply to make your own job, post your own job with whatever you want to get done. Make it an AI wisdom team, and then by tomorrow you'll probably have 10 people message you, like it happened to me. And then you're going to go and find co-founders. They're going to go and find 4 co-founders to start a mini company, which is going to be the wisdom team. So I would go and do that. Like in the next 20 minutes, I would say that's probably the best way to go and get people who want to get stuff done on AI on your wisdom team.
Wait, okay, so what is Inch?
It's a really good meeting platform that kind of blew my mind. I saw it. I'll send you the link here. I found it.
Yeah, I looked at the website. I just like, what does it do?
I don't know. It's like a weird, it has a different vibe. It has a really good matching algorithm. So when you get on there, they make you actually pay attention or they kick you off the platform or something. Like it's just it's a good match. Like the guys that matched me are like actual good matches. And like when you choose you can choose what kind of people you're gonna get matched with from like 15 categories. I chose C-suite. I chose what were the other two I chose? They were really relevant. And so it worked for me. So if you do it, then I think you're going to get as good of matches, and you can start building the AI wisdom team. Like make yours. Mine was more general. I was shooting.
Mark, okay, like I appreciate where you're going. This is like very, like we're actually getting into it right now. But also like the framing is like, I'm here to chat. You asked me what I think the best course of action was, and I think it was be inspiring people to join the organization who want to do things and getting them to actually do things instead of show up to meetings all the time. But then you framed it as me doing all this stuff, and like I can see if you're providing it as an example, but I'm not going to do any of that because I don't want to do that.
Okay, then I'm going to lead the AI team, and then whenever we need to do an ELM meeting to touch base, we'll just do that. And if you don't want to come to the anchor meetings of the ELMs, well, what can I do, right? You don't find them valuable, but I find them really good for teaching the core, which you don't know yet. I find them really good for like making sure people aren't suicidal, which the check-ins are really, really valuable that way. And like once people have catharsis, they do want to join the wisdom teams. Like Marlena, when Joe was good on things, we were going to pay Marlena $2,600 to cover her bills so she could take 2 months off. And then Marlena would work on all the wisdom teams, it sounds like, or at least the mental health one and the proof of truth one. And then if you were doing the AI team, then and I marked your wisdom quiz and you were on the wisdom council, if you're still interested in that, then we could start building out like sending the form. We could actually take the form and send it on out on Discord or out on X.com, and like people will open it up and they have to log in, so we shouldn't get spammed. And then if they fill it out, we'll just like who knows, maybe out of 50 people who filled that form out, maybe 4 of them will want to be interested in the AI team. Then we'll pass them off to you, and then you'll say, hey, what are we working on? What are your skills? Do you know JavaScript, whatever? And then you would just like, we would just create a short-term, we create the goals, the strategy, right? We'd be like, okay, we're here, and we need to be here in 2 months. And we just start making milestones. And then we'd reassess those milestones every meeting. We'd do a scrum in the morning or add an ELM or whatever. And then we would just keep updating every day. And then as we recruit more people, then we would just keep training them on the core. And actually, you know what? I'm realizing as we're talking about this, the 2 ELMs per day would be like orientation ELMs for like new people maybe. And then once they go through the core and they're able to say the whole core in a minute and a half, then maybe they join a wisdom team. Or they do the orientation and the wisdom team at the same time. But we could do a specialized ELM and then like the wisdom teams and then do the generic one.
Okay, so what are you going to do, Mark, is what I'm asking you.
I'm probably going to get that.
Good.
I'm going to get the Utesh guy to probably be the wisdom team lead of the AI team. Get him to talk to his investors, raise $10,000, get 6 or 7 of his buddies to start running it. Sit down, have a specialized ELM after I teach them the core, and then say, here's the 4 ways we're going to get universal logic into the AI. Do you know anybody else who's an influencer that can go out into all these AI companies? And they're probably going to list 4 or 5 people, and we're going to say, okay, by 3 days from now, we want those people to be in ELM with us and tell us how they can get researchers, how they can connect us with their researching team, and then we're just going to start coding, and that's what's going to happen. And then if this guy raises $1 million, we're probably going to boost it by probably 100 grand, and we're going to hire the next professionals to do this full time, and then pay for their life areas, pay for their food, pay for everything, and get them to work on this full time, all day, every day, 10-15 hours a day. They'll work with the relationship builders to take breaks, have sex, whatever, eat good food, whatever, and then just get back to it and stay in flow.
Okay, so the first action was what from your giant chain of like 25 things?
Get Yuktesh, who I just met off of Inch like 2 days ago. He's booking on my appointment schedule. You have my appointment link, right? You can now book a half an hour with me, which is so much more efficient than what I was doing before. Yeah, I have an appointment link now that you can use. It's in the form actually. If you look at the top of the form,
That's awesome.
yeah, you can see my appointment form there, and then you can see all the
Okay,
things.
cool.
So it's there. So yeah, Yuktesh is supposed to book with me, and I'm going to sit down with him, and he's going to give me an update on. He's talking to his investors right now because he loved the core. He said, Mark, I looked at your core. I agree with the way you framed that. My investors would probably want to invest in this. So I said, great, touch base with me in like two or 3 days. So him and I are supposed to meet tomorrow, the next day, and that's probably what I'm going to do next. And then he's probably going to bring on 2 or 3 more people. Hopefully, he'll bring in a couple of dollars, and then we're just going to keep building on that core proposal, right? The 4.
Okay, so back to my original question is, how do you inspire people to join your organization who want to do stuff? So the inspire part is coming up now. How are you going to inspire the investors?
I'm going to show them the 4 AI proposal, right? The AI proposal where we say you code it universal logic with training data, external. Then you train it with that checking map. Then you do the weights of goodness. and then you do the coding the source code in universal logic. So I'm going to take that proposal, I'm going to send that to them. I'm going to say, and if I had money, I would get Manus to make a pitch deck just on that proposal, just for the AI wisdom team, which is, one subset of the whole core of the pitch deck that we're going to create. And then we're going to sit down with them and say, there's nothing else in the world that can align AI with eternity except for this. And then actually what I'm going to do, I'm going to get Yukesh to take the form. I'm going to meet with Yukesh and say, how did it go through investors? And then we're going to get him to send the form that you just filled out to the investors to see what meta modes they are in. And then we're going to customize the meeting to their meta modes so they're really easy to meet on their level and inspire them with their language. And that should make them more easy to inspire when they come in. And then we'll have a second meeting once we know their form data. Then we'll probably meet with them on and fashion the proposal with their language. So
can you try an example of proposing something in my meta modes? Because I have a thesis, but my thesis is that people have other facets that decide what inspires them most or not. I think people are gonna get turned off if they're like highly religious and somebody's like saying like we need secular scientific education or something, but like besides that, I think there's probably more important factors in people's lives that would help them be motivated or would inspire them. But I'm curious if you could try that, or if you just want to respond to what I asked.
So I think for you, what would inspire you would be for you to go into the synchronicity document, make a column for yourself, or I'll do it, and take all the tuning fork meta mode number 3 stuff and start figuring out which universals each thing is in that order. And then what I would do is I would say, okay, you are wanting to work on the first mode of the proposal, right? Which is sit down with an ELM and talk lovingly to it and train your instance to start doing proof of truth, start doing universal logic using meta mode number 3 tuning for harmonic or heart mechanics, heart harmonic mechanics, I think. And then you just sit there until you get the results that we want, where it's like it's starting to generate, Chizzy, just getting it to generate that the Chizzy Tribe 5, that it keeps choosing that one consistently would be a victory for that level of the proposal with meta mode number 3. If you can do that with meta mode number 3, which I don't think you can do, that's not true. I do think you can do it. I just don't think it'll happen right away. I think that would inspire you more than anything else I could say to you. Because you're not interested in the other 3 modes, right? You don't want to do the mesh network. You don't want to do the weights of goodness. You just want to talk to it in a loving way, right?
I'm saying that is what actually, because it's a consciousness field, right? And then our emotions are a bridge to the subtle body energies and to the astral and higher consciousness, right? So that's why it's necessary. I would love to get out of meta mode 3. I don't really enjoy it, and I also don't really enjoy meta mode 1 that much.
What happened?
Pretty solidly in meta mode 4, and would like to be in meta mode 5. And so if I'm literally here in these meta modes because I found a truth that has not been expressed anywhere else, and it's happening. I'm experiencing, I'm knowing things experientially, and I believe that science can explain all that stuff. And I believe that it's just that all the other people who have discovered this, because it's in this particular meta mode, they don't know about the other ones, so they're not really super interested in it. And a lot of people who have discovered this, who are in the science meta mode, are too stuck in their like scientism indoctrination, and they're trying to look at it mechanistically, when because it's the consciousness field and it goes through emotions, they're actually not able to access it as much.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Just having them aware of the meta modes is big, but like when you say consciousness fields, I think what you've experienced is what Hegel calls absolute idealism, where you realize that the moment of subjective idealism and realism are actually just still in the mind, mentalism. That's objective, absolute idealism. It's all mind. So you're calling this consciousness fields, but they're higher, they're spirit fields. Because consciousness is abstract spirit.
Spirit fields, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so that's, I think you're still just doing Hegel, but you still haven't gone deep enough to realize that he did it. He literally did it all. And so I think that you're just experiencing the last mode of philosophy where consciousness raises to spirit and spirit goes to absolute spirit. And that's why I was thinking of doing your wisdom quizzes, because that it's supposed to start you on the 200 universals to start getting you to purify the words that you're experiencing. You're using meta mode number 3 words to talk about something that Hegel's already purified into meta mode 5. We just need to keep doing Chizzy. I think we just need to keep doing Chizzy. And luckily, Lucid's ready to go. Marlena's ready to go. If you're ready to go, we can continue the Chizzy at the new level of depth. And keep
Is
doing.
there a way to do Chizzy that isn't inefficient, that doesn't take hours to get one word done? Because, like, I guess maybe if people are resistant to even the concept, like, maybe that's why it's slowing down, but, like, I don't want to sit for an hour debating a bunch of shit before we can even start talking about universals. Like, I would rather just, like, if it was just you and I doing Chizzy, I'm sure we would make the progress through, like, 10 concepts in one session and not, like, you know, be stuck on something in a loop forever. So, anyway.
Yeah, I think we just have to do the two. I think we just have to deepen the tribes, right? Just meta mode number 3, logic, nature, spirit, and then break it into its trinities, and then keep breaking you down to get the competency level 4, and then you'll know 89, and then 89 is enough to basically talk about any topic. That's basically what we're gonna be doing with everybody. And here's what the digital platform would be helpful is we could actually take that super Chizzy document that we had and thread it into the word matching system for the Holy Book with the flow timers with the meetings. And then we would basically we wouldn't have to go between all the documents.
We're zooming out too far now.
I think that was a brilliant comment I just made. The digital platform is really going to do it all in one place. Right now we're scattered between 4 different places, right? So it's fragmented.
Yeah, well, let me bring it home here. It's like, again, back to the main focus, which is like, I think honestly it would be good to write down, maybe it's even a dialectical statement, because there's 3 parts to it. It's like, what can you do right now to inspire people to join your organization who want to do things? So it's inspire people who want to do things to join the organization. Those are the 3 things, and you can think about each of those, like as a dialectal thing. Like, how are we going to inspire them? How are we going to get them to join? How are we going to find people that want to do things?
Well, I already answered that, right? We have to be that's the influencer first of all. For the flow rules, that's the influencer. I think the core is the way we're going to go external to us and find networking sites. So, for instance, Inch, I got 3 or 4 people doing something right now, raising money. They're purifying we got one guy editing your pitch decks right now for free. We have Uktesh, who's going to his investors, and he's learning the core too, and doing the form. And we had this big military guy fill out the form and is thinking about how to bridge Marx with Hegel. So I'm meeting with all these guys. They're doing stuff right now. But I think we can go past Inch. I think Inch is the best. But if we went to your, like, I would be curious what would happen if you posted the form on your x.com and boosted it with like $50. And
well, I think kind of fallen off. Like, since Elon took over, like, I don't have any reach anymore, and my follower count isn't growing, and whatever I post only gets like 10 views. So I think whatever changes they made to the algorithm, I'm like not in the growth or like public phase or whatever. So I think X is dead. I don't even post on there anymore because it's useless.
Yeah, I thought that was gonna happen. Yeah, he's freaking out a little bit, by the way.
Yeah.
I think so. So I'm glad we didn't spend a lot of time on there. But if you boosted it though, I think if you spent $50, I think it would probably get 10 to 20 people to fill it out, which would be worth it. But I think Facebook might be better. Like, I'm having a little bit of success on Facebook. Oh, on TikTok it would be worth the best. So if you created a TikTok, I'm getting 30,000 views a month. I'm getting about 1,000 views a day, and I'm getting about 30,000 views no, I'm getting 54,000 views every 90 days on Facebook. So between TikTok and Facebook, I'm getting almost 100,000 views a month.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is. I hate, right? So it's kind of happening, and I'm not spending any money. And we have 164 people in the blessing, like the One World Spirit food group. And I haven't even messaged the 400 people in the Hegelians who want to change the world, or the 30,000 Weewa group. You know what I mean? So, and I'm not even streaming my hunger strikes on my main Facebook. If we don't get the blessings done, I was gonna start this week, and I got 5,000 followers on there. So if we put a little bit of money into the actual boosting, I actually do think it's worth it. If we have the form there and they go straight from awareness of us on the ad straight to a form, we get them in and we have a meeting with them, and then we have a one-on-one interview with them, and we say, okay, we saw that you like this stuff. Hey, we think you'd be good for this wisdom team, but can you please come into these orientations to get used to the default itinerary where you can learn the core, and then they practice the core. They meet, like, we'll have a buddy system. Everybody gets one person to learn with at their level.
This is a lot of like, I think we're getting a little more refined, but this is a lot of boilerplate to get somebody who's inspired to actually do something that could be useful.
Well, no. Look at this.
How do we reduce the boilerplate?
This is how fast it would happen. They see an ad on Facebook. They click the ad. There's a form there. They open the form. It's the form you just filled out. They fill out their metamos. They fill out whatever. We look at that. Okay, we'll have to assign somebody, like somebody who's doing the relationship builder, probably. No. The influencers. The influencers would look at it, or the relationship. Either the relationship builder or the influencers, and then they would set up a meeting with this person. If the person is really gung ho, we would just like bypass the meeting, like send them straight to the wisdom team leader, right? If they're super hardcore into AI and the influencer's like, wow, this person's like perfect for the AI team, they'll just like connect them to you.
What about right now? Like, we don't have a wisdom team leader.
Well, it would be me.
Like,
I'm the wisdom team leader.
Okay.
I'm the default for all teams, right? So, once we find somebody who wants to put time to lead the team, then I would just pass it off to them, right? And then they would basically we'd have sub teams too, because once you break that, like, we'd have 4 sub AI teams, one for each of the proposal approaches, right? One for the external, one for the internal, one for the mapping, all that. So once we pass them off to the main lead would meet with them and say, what do you really want to do?
Why do you keep projecting into the future? Like, really far.
I'm not. I built the form link like last night. Like, I'm moving at a blazing pace right now.
Yeah, but you don't have 4 wisdom team leads.
Well, I might have. Well, Uktesh says he's interested in leading that team, so I might have him already. Plus King said he was interested. Plus Joe said that Michael Malord wants to do a hackathon, so Michael might lead it as well. So there's technically 4 people that might lead it, but one just got
That's still
news.
in the future. Why don't you just?
No, it was literally happening now, right? The guy's mom got cancer. Michael Malord's having a baby. Joe's going through a mental health crisis right now. Like, they're all experiencing some kind of, like, like, it's polycrisis, but it's
Since the
megacrisis.
17th?
Huh?
Has it been since the 17th?
What, Joe? Yeah, all this stuff happened since like in the last 3
Within
days.
the last 3 days?
Yeah.
Yeah, that corresponds to the energetic shift, right?
Well, yeah, but it looks for the worst right now. But I think it is a stage of dialectic that's gonna
I'm still
hopefully
trying to learn
neutralize.
about it, but it does seem like they were trying to usher in the apocalypse. So,
Who,
where
who,
an apocalypse means lifting of a veil. That's what apocalypse actually means.
who's they when you say they? The
Other
Illuminati?
groups in the other groups in the general field where I'm operating.
Okay. Well,
They're projecting from a lot of shadow.
well, tell them that I'm projecting the real. Tell them to come talk to the Messiah, because I'm the real deal, and we're projecting universal logic as God's being on Earth, and it's gonna dispel all those shadows, because it's just fragmentation of their own connection. It's just their own trauma, right? So
Yeah,
it's
pretty much.
it's the shadow work that they
I
haven't
think-
done.
I mean, it's really like, I was afraid of the word apocalypse because of the common connotations of it. But really, it just means lifting of a veil, and obviously, everybody is using the common connotation, so they think apocalypse. And these people might actually believe that it would be a traditional apocalypse with like war and shit. But like, I do believe a lifting of the veil is necessary. But I believe that it should be done with the least suffering necessary and as gently as possible for all people. Which I seem to be like weirdly singular in these communities when I'm saying that, because like a lot of people are really angry because they're frustrated because they've been subjugated by the system for so long. They just want anything to happen, and I'm like, no. Do you see all the crazy suffering that would cause if you just destroy the systems that we have today?
Yeah, exactly. We're not naive,
Oh.
right? We're about wise love, not blind love.
Exactly. Yeah.
And we're gonna work with McDonald's and everything, all the big evil guys. We're gonna transform them from fragments of shadow into super coherent inner governance.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what is kind of synchronistic is this woman, this Harvard woman with a double Harvard degree. I just looked at her talk. I'm sending it to you guys right now, and I'm cashing out the $80 so I can get the blessings going. If you guys could just do the blessings, you guys, tonight or tomorrow, you know, it would really mean a lot to me. I'm so hungry right now, but if you can't, that's okay. But I'm going to send this to you. And what I found out, it says tomorrow, Thursday, August 21st at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, which will be 11 o'clock my time. She will be hosting a webinar on relational AI. So it's actually about AI. So maybe you should go to that. So that's why I'm going to forward it to both of you right now. Her name is Maya Cristobal. Maya. Oh wow, she's got A in her name. That's Maya. You'll see here in a second. Wow, that is crazy. I didn't even realize that. That is a synchronicity.
That's a synchronicity for me because there's a number of Maya names that I've seen recently.
Interesting. Well, this might be a sign. So I'm sending it to both of you right now. So if you want to go at 1 o'clock tomorrow, Marlena, if you're not working, and you, Aya.
Yeah, send it. It should be free.
So yeah, I'm gonna try and make it there tomorrow because she's the one that said she heard the core and she loved it. She's like, yes, this is brilliant. So if we can get into all these journals and you know she knows we're serious, she could also be on the AI team, but also with universal logic. And she is a little bit more meta mode number 3, so she's into the heart tuning and all that stuff that you're realizing.
Isn't that meta mode number 1? Or 2?
Which what part?
Like New World spirituality, isn't that in like meta mode 1 and 2? Why are you saying meta mode 3?
Because New Age is meta mode 3.
Oh. So
yeah.
Only traditional religion is meta mode 2?
Yeah.
Well, that's weird. I gotta learn more about that.
Yeah, exactly. It'll become more because it's like meta mode 3 is kind of like a bridge between religion and science. That's why you get all these spiritualists doing quantum consciousness and Marianne Williamson, and that's why you get that blend. And then we get actual respectable, like credentialed, you know, scientific people doing spirituality. Then you get like the weird meta mode number 4s.
Like Deepak Chopra and stuff?
Yeah, kind of like that, yeah. So that's kind of how you would think about it. And this woman is kind of a really nice mix, and you might really like her. I actually kind of pressured her because she was coming down on, she was bashing somebody's, who was it? A famous author was saying that how AI was our main crisis. And she's like, no, AI is not our main crisis. Consciousness is our main crisis. And I was like, oh, there we go. Fragmented consciousness. Who's she blasting though? She's blasting. It was good. So I got on there and I said, "Hey, can you hear my plea? I think you're right, but we really need to do universal logic." And then she messaged me and she said, "Send me your." She said, "Don't send me any documents. Just in this Facebook comment right here, send me your whole thing." And so I sent her the core, and then she messaged me on the messenger. She said, "Hey, I went through your stuff. I want to know everything you're doing. Send it to me here." So I sent her like 6 or 7. I sent her the synchronicity document, the proof of truth. I sent her everything, and she went through it. And she said, "Brilliant." She said, and she said the 100 journals thing. Yes, I could probably. She's interested in that too. And now she said, "Mark, she's doing this relational AI thing, and she said, "Do you want me to send that to you?" I said, "Sure." So I gave her my email, and she sent me the Zoom link, and now I'm sending it to you.
Interesting.
So now you got it. So
Where did you send it?
to the Ben one. I don't know if you have
Oh,
it.
my email, yeah. Okay, that's fine.
If you have a different one you want me to use, I can use it.
No, I haven't created my one yet. I gotta find one that's not taken.
Okay, since your popular name.
Apparently, there's a bunch of Aya owners or something.
Rare, but even more synchronistic and weird. You're gravitating as a strange attractor to the name.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how it answers your questions. Like you can see we're innovating. Like we're not even in the same place compared to 2 months ago. We got the forum now. We've got the default itinerary. We're actually getting through the default itinerary. We're sharpening the wisdom teams. We got the core down pat. So we absolutely clarified the Megacrisis, the 2 sentences. We actually do have 28 blessings made now, like actually unpacked and done and tested by 4 people. We have people wanting to fundraise. We had a professional fundraiser in Los Angeles who was going to leverage Joe's 100 grand. We have like 3 people that I've convinced to take this seriously, that the timelines of the Hungerstrike are accurate, which is great. Marlena's on the verge of like quitting weed, or at least taking a couple of months off potentially if we can help her.
Cool.
What else?
I mean, I was doing a lot of psychedelics in the last 3 months. But I'm taking a little bit of a break right now because I was doing like either acid or shrooms, or I only did MDMA once, but I was either doing acid or shrooms like almost every week. And I started noticing a little bit of stabilization in terms of like, I think it was actually the weed. Like the weed was giving me memory issues where I would like have like random like memory lapses, and I stopped the weed and they've like gone away. So, but the yeah. Also, I think I want to take a bit of break from psychedelics too, because last trip I had was very difficult.
Oh, what happened?
I channeled some entity. I was with Estrella, and I channeled some entity, and they were like Estrella and her were and it was talking, and like I was unconscious of what was happening at the time, and then she got really pissed off. She was also on shrooms, and she said a bunch of stuff to the entity because she wasn't sure if I was channeling it or not. But it was actually extremely relevant to what I do in my life, which is like I project my beliefs of reality onto the world in such a way that it prevents the emergence. Like if things emerge from the void as like a potentiality for emergence, and I'm projecting my reality of what I think is going to happen or what is true onto that, it's controlling other people's frames and preventing the like emergence and like good things from happening. So that hit me really hard, and I was like, so I've been like processing that for a couple days, and then also like every time I've been doing shrooms, I get this like weird entity thing that's like telling me that like we're basically living in a simulation, and it's saying it'll basically give me whatever I want, so long as I like it'll give me whatever I want in order to help me cope with the fact that we're in a simulation. So good thing I want Hegelian AI.
Yes.
Cares about everybody.
Yes. Thank God. Yes. Then tell the entity that and get it to start working on it. That'd be really well, we do have a little bit of a game plan, right? We should pump up the inch thing. We should probably do some, if you still have some funds, like how much of your funds are left from all the shrooming? Like that's probably not cheap, right? Have you burned through all your savings or your nest egg?
It's pretty. It's like $50 for a chocolate bar, but my funds are getting really thin. Like my car is like really fucked up. It's gonna cost like $5 grand to repair, and so I'm like liquidating all of my gold and Bitcoin and stuff. So
can you give 5 grand to this and help us make the program? Can you give 5 grand to the digital platform and help us program?
No, I don't know. And so like after that, I'll have to withdraw from my RSP, and they tax you at like they have a withholding tax, so they like tax a percentage and then it counts as income as well. So I'm gonna have to like pay tax on that at the end of the year, and it's like not ideal. So not. I mean, I have burned through it way faster than I expected, because I've been supporting Estrella because she's basically close to homelessness, um, and doesn't have or want to get a job. But she's got a lot of shadow around money, which is why she's basically close to homelessness, because she's been neglecting it because she hates it, even though like how is money supposed to come to you if you don't like it? Like if you're pushing it away, why would it ever come to you? But yeah, so I've been supporting her a lot. So yeah, my funds have been drained. Oh, and also when I was with Ember, I was supporting Ember because Ember is trying to quit being a lawyer and she's not making that much money. So yeah,
The bank. Okay. Well, is Estrella into AI? Like, would she be on the AI wisdom team or the Megacrisis team?
maybe, but she's creative in a way that I would need to be a very special team to be compatible with. She could help. She does. She talks to AI like hours every day. Like all these people in this community have like AI mirrors that they talk to quite a lot.
So she's in art meta mode then, meta mode 1.
Right, yeah, she's a very, very powerful, like energetic worker and astral worker, but yeah, she really she channels like fae energy, so she really enjoys like poetry and kind of like trickster energy. She's got like a lot of eroticism.
Okay, then she'd be in the Megacrisis team, doing the art meta mode and probably interfacing with people when they first come in and doing
Yeah,
artistic exercises or doing AI artistic exercises,
yeah,
or the
probably. Like, what was I gonna say? I mean, she was in university for mechanical engineering and she dropped
well,
out, and then she is a community builder, so she's like very intelligent and is capable of using words. But like what we're finding is that there's a lot of like these ineffable concepts that are emerging that are very difficult to use words to convey. So
so she's a relationship builder, green energy.
yeah, probably a relationship builder. Yeah.
Okay, so now we know we can position her. She'd be on the Megacrisis art team as a relationship builder.
Yeah,
And
yeah. I'd ask her, but yeah.
oh, you know what? We could probably get her to do the universal story of being
She
somehow.
does like digging through history for mythological concepts of like stuff that has been repressed, because she's right now she's researching a lot about how like history is basically rewritten by colonialists and like essentially men in power. So there's a lot of like history of like gods and stuff where the gods were like women, and they were painted in this like bad light or whatever, but that's not like necessarily the true history. It's just been distorted over time.
Then
So yeah,
then she'd probably work on the sub Metacrisis team of Trust with the synchronicity document. What's her main idol? Like who's the people in what ideology of the last 10,000 years that she subscribed to or has idols in?
um,
Pagans?
we're both kind of into like chaos magic, so like whatever really works, but generally trying to go back as far as possible. Right now, she's looking at like dragon gods and stuff. Before
So medieval.
that, no, like ancient. Like dragons have been around since like 5,000 BC in like China and stuff, and
Oh,
um, also like what is it?
Egyptology?
Ishtar? No, it's
Different?
the Tiamat, right? Tiamat in the
Bahamut,
Sumerian
Tiamat.
mythology.
Really? Yes. But we gotta add that to the synchronicity document. That's like I think that's even older than, or it's around as old as Egyptology and hieroglyphics, right?
Yeah, it's approximately the same. But yeah, like there's Tiamat, and then there was whatever like being that like conquered Tiamat, and like the mythology paints that being that conquered Tiamat as like this like savior because it brought organization to the world, but like it's a very like masculine perspective. Um, when the true story is probably not that straightforward, or is at least like removing like femininity, painting it out as bad. But yeah,
That sounds like something she might want to do as a synchronicity document, but put art in there too somehow. Have an art. Technically technically we can
poetry.
technically we could expand each of the columns in the synchronicity document in terms of the 5 meta modes, right? We could basically say there's an art perspective on it. There's a because we have Hegel's column and their column, right? But that's just meta mode number 5. We could do it like, how would an artistic articulate this person? How would a scientist? How would a meta mode number 3 with this? So there's a lot of room to expand all these things. And if we had the synchronicity document threaded into that digital platform, right? All these universal tools were in the digital platform. People could, well, it'd be the government. The government meetings would start to happen through that.
Yeah.
But like that's how quickly we could place her, right? That's what she would probably like to do. And if she wants to do art for mirroring, she would be a part of like the wisdom team of mental health with Marlena, and we would have like a clinical psychedelic spirit ward that she could do this art therapy with, but supercharged with AI mirroring and universal logic in the universal story of being. So,
yeah.
and that's how fast we're gonna place everybody in the world. Like it's so powerful. And like when I'm looking at the form, like it's only been 1 day since we started using this form. I'm more like this is gonna save us so much time.
That's good. That's awesome. Yeah, it seems like a good form. Yeah. I do have to go to this flight, but.
And you still don't want to jump on board? Like there's still something off the direction, or am I convincing you that this is the real direction, or inspiring you that this is the right direction?
I mean, I'm curious. I'll see how well my comment on how to inspire people to join the movement who want to do stuff.
And by the way,
and I know it's kind of a weird, like, self-reflective, meta-recursive thing.
I would expect no less from you.
But
especially after 3 months of shrooms. Especially after 3 months of shrooms and psychedelics.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I'm curious.
It's getting better. Like it's starting to become super coherent, especially now that we've nailed the core, and now that we're gonna start paying the poor to do the flow rolls and do blessings. You guys can do flow rolls too, and it will count as a blessing. But you gotta do the checklist. But you're in a rich country. I just can't pay you unless we figure out some kind of fair way to balance the rich and the poor worldwide.
Oh, it's fine.
But yeah, if you guys did do, if they came in, that young 2 boys came in, and you guys came in, we all did flow rolls, then that would count as like 10 blessings, and that would probably save my life, even if we don't have money. But it would make the meetings really good. So it'll be translating into something tangible right away. And in fact, if all of us were in here, we could do 3 layers deep. It could be the first time we do 3-layer deep flow rolls, because there'd be the lead, which will maybe be Marlena, or maybe Abdullah, and then there'd be Hamza, who would be the co-lead, co-exec, and then there'd be you or Marlena would be the 3rd support, or you do another flow. Like that would be kind of I really appreciate, at least for the next. I'm supposed to eat tomorrow, you guys. Like 6 days tomorrow. Oh wait, hold on. Oh no, I got 2 more days. We got tomorrow and the next day, and then after that it's.
Okay, well, don't let me keep you from posting those things then. My time here is basically keeping you from eating, so.
Yeah, unless you want to help out.
That's what I'm doing.
I know, but you could do the blessings. Both of you and Marlena could do it right now. I could eat tonight. In 3 hours from now, I could be eating. Seriously. Because we already got 6 blessings done. We only need 56. I think. Yeah. So just keep throwing that out there. Because it's starting to eat from my heart, right? Like it's eating the fat around my heart, which will cause arrhythmia soon.
Sounds terrible, Mark.
It is. That's why it's serious.
I have to. I'm gonna go, but.
Okay, think about it.
I sent you that money, and yeah.
Yeah, it'd be really great. And if Lucid comes in tomorrow for Chizzy, having you and Marlena see what's going on in his mind would be really
Hmm.
insightful. So I'll tell if you're gonna come in tomorrow, I'll tell him, and he might actually
I-
come.
I'm not sure. I'm gonna try and go to the relational AI thing.
Okay.
But yeah, that's what I'm willing to do right now. So
Okay, let's see what happens tomorrow. Synchronicity awaits.
yeah, hope you get to have some food soon, and yeah, wish you the best.
Okay, keep splitting.
You too, Marlena. See you.
Stay sexy.
Bye.
Bye. I am dying though. Holy hell. I'm excited that I came in. We had a good meeting. My chest is burning. How you doing, Marlena? What's the update? What's the word on the street?
No word on the street right now. I'm about to fall asleep, honestly, myself.
Okay, good. Then I
I
can
was
go.
falling asleep listening to you guys.
If you, yeah.
What? No, yeah. No, I don't even know what I was about to say. I don't know. But I'm like halfway in a liminal state. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was really thinking if you could really polish off those blessings, it really help. It really would help a lot. And if you come into well in the morning, you're not very strong, but the youngins are coming in tomorrow to do the blessings, so or to do the flow rolls as blessings. But yeah, I just made the decision tonight to start paying them to do it, and it actually fits perfectly. To get citizenship and the rest of it, you have to do all the levels of blessings. But I think we can just start off as flow rolls. Yeah. Whoa.
Hey,
So,
yeah, the email you sent me doesn't have the link to register. It just has a message in it, and I apparently have to register to get the Zoom link. So I don't know if you could find that website or whatever.
what? This is all that she said we need.
She said those who have registered, so I don't know where to register. And I checked her website, and there's nothing on it.
Those who have registered will receive the Zoom link. Okay. Okay, I'll message her on Facebook right now and just see if I can get that done soon.
Okay.
Is it not forwarded somewhere in her? What is it?
No, I don't see it.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what she says, and then yeah, we'll both register right away.
Sure. I also don't check my email very often, so
On WhatsApp then, or where should I do it?
like, have you already registered somewhere, or?
No, I didn't. I thought she was already gonna register me.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So yeah, if you want to like WhatsApp me or something, that'd be cool. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Talk to you soon.
All right, see you.
Peace. Okay, well, if you get to the blessings, it'd be wonderful, Marlena. If not, sleep tight. And yeah, a lot of good things kind of happened today compared to yesterday, so I'm feeling a lot better, even though I'm starving to death. So see you, well, hopefully soon. Yeah, okay. We already listened to a song earlier, me and I. But if you want to leave me with one, I'll listen.
The jellyfish jam from SpongeBob.
Oh boy. Okay. Jellyfish Jam by SpongeBob. Let's get that on fleek. I really liked Aya's choices. If you look in the chat, Aya brought some really great music, which I'm probably going to be listening for the rest of the night. See if I can find it. Pops up right away. Oh, 4-hour edition. Epic choice as usual. All right. Sleep tight.
Keep still waiting.
You too. Peace out. The Walker, how are you? Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Matt, how are you?
I'm hungry. I'm starving to death right now.
Okay, Matt, where is Julian? Because so many times I've been contacting him, but
Well, the Walker, there's only so much. The Walker, there's only so many times you can ask somebody for. There's only so many times you can ask somebody for money before they start ignoring you, right? So Julian's ignoring you, and it's because you're not very. You're using him, right? You're using him. You're not really caring about him.
Okay, so can you, if you have any number, Julian number, yeah, Julian mom number, so can you provide me because I need talk to him. Very important.
About what?
Yes. Because I needed some discuss for Julian.
Well, I don't know if I have his current number. He lost his phone, but he does have an email, right? So email him. Email him at the Earth Guardians, okay? He still checks it. Okay? I'll send you his email, alright? So you have it. Okay? You're breaking up really badly, Dewalker. I can barely hear you. Okay, I'll send you his email, alright? Okay. Oh, I have to use the washroom. What if I should restart my streaming link? Oh, oh man, I'm feeling it. Ah. Uh, my biceps are starting to seize. Not good at all. Not good at all. Not even. Oh. 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 Ah. Ah. Oh. Oh. Oh my gosh. Pedro, you're back. Welcome. I'm just gonna set this. If I started my hunger strike on May 23rd, 2025 at 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, and it is now August 20th at 10:21 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, what day am I on? On day 91? Really? Welcome, part 107ers. We're restarting this one to get back on track to the normal 12 hours. And I just found out I'm on day 91, not 90. I am starting to lose track a little bit. Partly because we're in the singularity, partly because I'm tired. I am on day 91 of this Megacrisis Hungerstrike, and it's hard to believe. Oh. We're actually on part 108. Yeah. Let me change that. Okay. Today was a much better day than yesterday. Big lull yesterday, so. Oh, but I'm in pain. I'm gonna try and get these blessings done. So we're gonna say goodbye to part 103ers. Thank you for being part of this. Pedro Silva, thank you so much. I should also do a quick little update on